You know how the false prophet said, have you ever been swallowed?
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.
Exactly.
I was with Floyd Mayweather. When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, hey, what's up, man? This my fiance, this my girl. They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
I don't care if it's...
Now, it's a shame that people fall in line because of the paper, but this is a fact. If you got that paper, you can bring your whole family to the barbecue. Not the family you have. I'm talking about if you got that bread, you can bring everybody to the barbecue and demand they act like they got some goddamn sense. That's my boy about her. That's my boy about him.
Yo. Sorry for the delay, but we had to make not an emergency stream, but man, I had forgot that they already had like their wedding day planned, and I had totally forgot that Travis Hunter had said, look, after I get drafted to where I need to be drafted to, that's when we can have our dream wedding. And I basically washed, my hands of Travis Hunter because I'm not going by this situation on paper. Because on paper, it looks like he's a total simp, right? But I have my opinions on I have a different sort of opinion on Travis Hunter, and I've hinted at this in my past Travis Hunter videos. I've hinted at this because I heard this from the Star Report first, and then I heard it from Corey Holcomb's mouth, pause. And I was like, you know what? They're right. So I will expand on that. I will expand on that later. For now, let me check the comments first. G-Man, what's happening, man? He said no. Oh man. Personality says, don't he sign his contract in a couple of days? Yeah, this is true. Let me just search up first if he signed it already. Let me see. His rookie contract. Travis Hunter rookie contract details. It's projected to be. Okay. So it's obviously not finalized yet. Let's see some here. Yeah, people got like projections, right? Or maybe I because they're not really, they're just saying they're not okay. Let me show you guys. Let me show you guys just to make sure, because I'm going by the AI overview. I don't know if this is the right way to do it. But let me show you guys just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let me show you. Let me just show you. All right. Let me take off the overlay. Sorry about that. Okay. So according to the AI, it's not, it doesn't look like it's finalized. They say Travis Hunter's rookie contract with Jacksonville Jaguars is projected to be worth over $46.5 million over 4 years. This includes a signing bonus of over $30.5 million. The contract also includes a team option for a 5th season. Wait, okay, is he actually signed or no? Oh my God. Is Travis? Wait, hold on. Let me see something real quick. You guys should look at my Google search history. Look at my Google search history. This is hilarious. As soon as I typed in the first two under my history said, is the R. Kelly Passport song copyrighted? And the second one is Charlie Kirk a small hat? Oh man. Anyways, give you a little bit of insight, the stuff that I'd be searching on my free time. But anyways, is Travis Hunter rookie contract signed yet? Yeah, okay. It says yes, it has been signed. Yeah, so this Google AI has some work to do. They said it's already signed, and then especially with all he spent on the wedding, you know. Oh Lord. But anyways. G-Man said, does she cash out now or does she stick around for the second contract? Okay, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys. I don't think she's going to be patient enough to wait for his second contract. I think thinks she's not going to be patient enough. But also, there's some, like, I have some opinions about Travis Hunter personality wise, where I have questions on him, and I will I'm gonna go in on that later. I don't want to reveal my my hand yet. I don't want to reveal my hand. But I believe Leanna, she's not going to be patient enough to wait. She's not going to be patient enough to wait. She just comes across as a person. She's going to pull the plug early. Talk about I fell in love with somebody else. I don't even think, like, I just think I don't think she's patient enough. That's just my opinion. Oh Lord. Anyways, since we are speaking on sports, let's speak on my Ninja hot sauce. They got him. I can't believe they got my Ninja hot sauce. Let me show you something real quick. This is a travesty. This is a travesty, man. But let me show you guys. Let me show y'all something. Also, look at this. Look at this funny picture of Travis Hunter. Before I go in on the hot sauce story, look at this picture right here. If I send you this, congratulations, you played yourself. I'm gonna have that as my screensaver. It says LOL. See, double it or give it to the next person. Like, she's not gonna be patient enough. That's just me. I don't even think she's gonna be patient enough. She's not gonna be patient enough. Oh man. Anyways, let's go to the hot sauce story. Because this is some BS. I cannot believe this is happening to my boy. Right here. I know you guys saw the news from like last week. You probably saw the video. It says a TikTok woman accuses And One mixtape team star Philip Champion, also known as Hot Sauce, of R-wording her at the age of 16. She claims she was screaming while he repeatedly assaulted her in her hotel room. Now, I think she's making all of this up. I think, like me personally, I think she's making the whole situation up. And say if I am wrong about it, when you hear how she describes the events, everything leading up to her in the hotel room with the dude, you'll hear it sounds like a consensual situation. But in the year 2025, I keep telling you guys, where now, since women can just retroactively take away consent, anything that they regret, any sexual encounter that they regret, or the most famous person that they can think of, and it didn't go their way, they're gonna call it grape, right? This is why I've been very heavily, I've been very loud and vocal about this on my channel. The reason why I bring up stories like this is because a lot of you are going to go against everything that the RP has been telling you. A lot of you are going to still are still going to get married. I know you guys. There's a lot of, believe it or not, there's a lot of conservative folk that follow my channel. There's a lot of religious people that follow my channel. I know most of y'all are still going to get married. And what's going to come up in a lot of y'all's marriages in the future, a lot of y'all are going to have a girl that has a story similar to what you're going to hear. They're all, damn near all of them, going to have a story. Now, in her mind, if she regrets it, it's great. So she's going to count that. You know what I mean? So when I bring up these stories, please pay attention to the verbiage. Please pay attention to the words that they use. This is the stuff that I'm calling out. And trust me, a lot of y'all future wives are going to have this story. And it's going to be up to you as a man if you want to believe her, if you don't want to believe her, if you want to leave her afterwards. I'm just telling you, for a lot of you dudes, this is going to come up. Your future long-term girlfriends that y'all going to have, your side chicks that y'all going to have, you're going to hear this. Right? G-Man says TikTok woman, like that's her ethnicity in the headline. But yeah, it's 100% cap. G-Man also says these guys need to go and get tail oh yeah, they need to go get tail in a faraway country that barely speaks English and stay incognito. Tattletale 304 is ruining the business in the West. Also, I love dealing with Spanish chicks that can barely speak English. I'm not even gonna hold you. That's literally like, that has always been the best relationships, or sorry, not relationships, best situations for me. when I'm dealing with like a Spanish chick that is like fresh off the boat. Like, I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with me for that, but I don't really like dealing with like women with opinions and stuff. It like, you gotta be like, you need to be in my music world for you to even have an opinion. And even them, like, just even recently I had a situation with this artist mixing up dates, literally messing up my business. So even though that's still on me, I should have did my my intel and make sure she didn't mix up the dates. But anyways, Brewster, shout out to you. He says, I imagine they will have their first child by Christmas and things will be different for them moving forward. Oh, you're talking about Leanna and Travis Hunter. I don't know. I would have sworn she said she was pregnant, but I could be wrong. G-Man said, future wives, I rebuke you in Jesus' name. I will not be swallowed up. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. It's gonna be a lot of dudes. Like,
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were...
Congratulations, you played yourself.
That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be what happens with most dudes. They don't really have that kind of experience. They haven't been swallowed up before, right? And once they do, then they're gonna be like, I found the one, Chris. You don't understand. She's not like any other chick. You should hear some of these young dudes, especially like some of the young dudes I be doing gigs with. Pause. Man, I met this girl, Chris, and man, she said she never had a boyfriend before. Oh man, that's crazy work. That's crazy work, man. These particularly like these young ninjas, they don't know, man. They don't know. But anyways, let's play the video. You guys, because I always be showing you videos like this because you just got to know what's coming. Pause.
Hi. So trigger warning. This is going to be a very controversial, probably thing. People are going to. This is a very big thing that I'm about to talk about. That I'm brave enough to talk about now because I owe it to 16-year-old me to talk about it. In 2007, the basketball team and one came down to our school when I was a young woman, and they did a performance of whatever basketball type. I don't even care. Okay.
Anyways, let me speed her up because she's already filibustering. Also, a tactic that a lot of women use, which a lot of men fall for, they'll be lying, but then they'll describe a situation in the day that led up to the alleged incident, and they'll be telling the truth about, oh yeah, it was a sunny day, and the block was hot, and somebody was playing hopscotch outside, and then what dudes be doing, like, wait, nobody was playing hopscotch outside. Nobody was playing outside, and then that would be a lie. And they'll just hold on to you lying about that, and that's how they kind of get you in the trap. You gotta kind of like disregard the filibustering, because they'll be telling the truth about like the details of the day that don't really matter.
Long story short, they left syringes in the bathroom. They were kicked out of they were never allowed back in that school again. I don't want to say where I live.
That's a weird thing to put though, but that's interesting. But relevance.
There is a man on the team, or a coward on the team, named Philip Champion. A lot of people know him as Hot Sauce from And One. I was 16 years old. My friends and I were at Hastings. We walk out, and we were approached by him, his friends, in a van. And he was aware of our age. He asked how old I was. I told him. He said how pretty I was and how my lips were beautiful, and that he just thinks I'm beautiful.
And also, by the way, some people are still be crying over this stuff, but 16 is the age of consent in most states. I've shown you the video of Tiana Trump when she was talking about how she was messing with this NBA player, and Adam 22 was trying to get the dude arrested. And Tiana Trump herself said, no, like 16 is the age of consent. And really throughout the world, 16 is basically the age of consent. And I've been trying to tell you dudes, young women are actually doing way more freakier things below the age of 16, right? So this really shouldn't be shocking stuff. She's trying to make it seem like was this innocent young 16-year-old girl that didn't know nothing about the world. Well, that's kind of true, but trust me, she was not a stranger to the streets at 16. I can tell by the witchcraft tats. I can tell by the funeral makeup she got on. I can tell just looking at her, I can tell that that's she's definitely what you call that, street meat. You know what I mean? That she's definitely street meat.
What was this stripping game, partner?
But anyways, let's keep this thing playing.
Beautiful young girl, and that I needed to hang out with them because they were gonna have a party at a hotel in the town I live in. Okay. I've always thought that it couldn't have been rape or grape, whatever you want to say on TikTok, which I should be able to say what I need to say and it be on here. Because I went to the party myself. And as young.
Nice. So right here, she said, I went to the party myself, right? So she admits she decided to go to the hotel, right? This is where I come in, right? And this reminds me of damn near every situation from high school where you had like one of these girls, they go to a party they're not supposed to go to. And this is where I come in and I say, okay, say if everything that she said was true. Say if she was violated, maybe not by Hot Sauce, but maybe by somebody else, right? Or it was under Hot Sauce's watch. Who was going to stop her that day from going to a hotel full of grown ninjas? Who was going to stop her? Who was going, like, I bet you that same day, say if everything she said was true, I bet you that same day she was sitting there going to school bragging about how she finna go to the hotel full of grown ninjas from the N1 team and just party or network. I put it in quotation marks. Trust me, I've seen so many girls in that situation, especially in high school, where they put themselves in these situations, right? And there's literally nothing you could have done to stop them, because you could have told them, like, look, if you go to this party, you're gonna get bent over. I've heard jocks. I've seen girls, they really think everything's a game. I've seen jocks with status talking to one of these freshman girls, whatever. And he was a junior at the time. And he was trying to tell her, this one broad in my class, because this broad was like, oh man, I'm about to go to this person's party, blah, blah, blah. And he's looking at her. He's like, are you trying to get smashed? He's like, no, I don't drink. He's like, no, I'm not talking about that. You try to get. And she's like, no, what are you talking? I'm like, well, that's what's gonna happen. She still went to the party anyways. Have so many stories about that, especially in high school. I remember one time it was like somebody I know told this one broad, don't go to this party. It was a older dude I knew. He told this freshman girl, don't go to this party. Still went. Next day I see her at school. I'm such a slut. Crying to her friend. I'm just like, well, There's literally there's nothing we can do. Because when these hoes be hell bent on going to these certain types of parties, they be hell bent. You know, they're in heat. Low key, they are looking to get smashed, but they get in over their head. You know what I mean? So there's really nothing we could have done.
Women, we are told, you ask for it. I didn't
I'm gonna leave my comment alone.
ask for what happened to me that night. I went to the hotel and I followed him into a room, and he raped me in that room and kept telling me repeatedly for the amount of time, whatever time it was, which felt like forever, that I had hood in me over and over and over and over.
This is the Loki. This is the funniest part of the story. Now, right here, once she started saying that hot sauce told her that she had hood in her, this is where I was like, okay, I think she's making this up. And if she's not, this is actually this now, the more you describe it, this seems like a very consensual situation. Because this sounds like a plot from a smut book. The way she's describing this sounds like a plot from a smut book. And that's why I was like, okay, I think she's making this stuff up. And I think I saw some comments. G-Man says, first teen pregnancy I ever saw in real life was a girl in middle school, 14 doing a 23-year-old thug. Thank God I had my eyes open to see all that and remember it. And people don't understand, most teen pregnancies, I showed you the stats. I forgot which live stream it was, but I showed you. It was like 70%. 70%. The guy is like over the age of like 20 something. And I'm talking about, and when they talk about teen pregnancies, they're talking about like ages 13 through like 19, if I'm not mistaken. That's what they use the numbers for. Well, and mind you, it was a feminist that put that stat out there. So she put that stat out there to show that, oh, men are predators and they're looking after young girls. But I interpreted it a whole different way, because I always, from my anecdotal experience, most young girls that be getting smashed, they be getting smashed by older dudes. Particularly when you're talking about sexually active teenagers, female teenagers, they be getting smashed by older dudes, right? So this is usually the situation. Even I know even of a specific let me let me give you a mini story. I know of a girl. She had a teen pregnancy. I know her personally. She got pregnant at 16. They thought the baby father was a guy at her high school, a guy her age. Nope. Turns out it was like this 23-year-old dude who was a church musician. And I'm going to just leave that story alone. Because anybody that knows me personally knows exactly who I'm talking about. So there's a lot of stories like that. You know, there's a lot of stories like that. And then I remember, elementary school. That's how I found. That's because I asked way too many questions, and then because I remember like my first pastor, the first pastor that I ever had at my first church. The first lady, which is obviously the pastor's wife, she would run her Sunday school. She would have her class with the teenagers, and I remember she was going in. She was like, "I cannot believe what I see in my school. A 13-year-old with a baby stroller." And I was just like, "What?" That's the first time I ever heard something like that. I was like 8 or 9 years old. I was like, "What?" And then I was like, oh my, that's when I started connecting the dots. I was like, oh my God. And then now, once you get older, you realize a lot of those, you're talking about teenage pregnancies, they be with grown, the fathers be grown dudes, dog. Grown dudes. It never be people their age. It never is. Or the person their age is the cover guy. Because the girl that I explained earlier, where it turned out being a 23-year-old dude that was a father, when people confronted her, Like, yo, why did you let him know? How did this happen? And she knew the whole time. The guy was just the cover. The athlete that was at her high school was just the cover guy. He wasn't the father. He probably didn't know, but she knew. You see, actually, it was when I was in 7th grade, so more like 13 crazy. Yeah. He said their parents are never present in these retellings. They never ask her why she didn't tell her parents or why she lied to them to go meet these grown men. Insanity. Pyro says, I always tell them you're going to be passed around like a blunt. Oh, yeah. I remember I tried to give a girl advice with that in high school. You're wasting your time. You wasted. I'd be telling dudes, you don't be telling the girls, oh, they're just out there to let them find out. let them find out. Because really they do want to get smashed. They just get in over their heads. That's just my opinion. They want to get smashed. Right? Long Live the King said, back in the days of early, late 90s and 2000s, 75% of the chicks I knew had fake IDs. And anybody hasn't paid attention to my show, I already told y'all, one of the top 10 red flags of a woman, number 7. I got that list saved. Number 7 is she has ever had a fake ID in her life. You're dealing with a dangerous woman. I don't care how innocent she is, how she looks, etc., etc. Remember Just Pearlie's story? Her Me Too story, talking about she had a fake ID. I'm like, oh, that's all I need to know right there. All I need to know. All I need to know. Long Live the King said 75% might be high, 50%. I apologize. He said 75 is probably off. Let me tell you this, Long Live the King. I grew up like my high school years were in the suburbs. Most of the girls that I knew, most of the girls that I knew at my suburbs high school, they were on birth control. And you already know what that means if they're already on birth control. And a lot of them had fake IDs. So I can understand why you would say 75%. 75% is a high ass percentage. I'm not going to hold you. But I will say this, it's definitely over 40%. I could put my life on that. Low key, I could put my life on that. It's going to be more than 40%, particularly if you're talking about white girls. Yeah, you talking about white girls, and then Latina chicks, Latina and black chicks. They just be outside. They just be outside. Let me see. Harry said, "Is this guy live?" Yes, I am live right now. But I am recapping this story, so I have to show these stories. I have to. This is something, because people, you're gonna come across this. You're not gonna avoid this. I'm telling y'all, you're not going to avoid this. The way they keep changing the definition of A and SA and PA and all this stuff. Now retroactive consent and all this stuff. They're doing this so they can set themselves up to be the victim when they can't work no more. Anyways, let's see this.
Over again, repeatedly, over and over and over again.
Let me just rewind that part. That joint was kind of funny though, talking about hood in her. She wilding for putting that lie.
And he raped me in that room and kept telling me repeatedly for the amount of time, whatever time it was, which felt like forever, that I had hood in me over and over and over and over again, repeatedly, over and over and over again. I had a couple friends who heard me screaming. But again, we were young women and too afraid to do anything about it because.
Now, that part when she talked about she had friends that came with her, I would have sworn she said she went by herself. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would have sworn she said. I even said in the original video, I would have sworn she said she went by herself. Now she said she went myself, but now she's talking about friends were there and they heard her screaming and they didn't do anything. There's a lot of inconsistencies.
Nobody takes us effing seriously.
You think?
I'm doing this because so many young girls blame themselves for what a disgusting man does. And that disgusting man has been walking around since I was 16 years old. And I don't know what he has done or what he's capable of. But I have tried to come after him. I have told Ad One, I have put in complaints, and none of it is being taken seriously. And so I want him to know, and this team to know, that they should be ashamed of themselves. Because it is disgusting what I went through. And I didn't deserve it. 16-year-old me did not deserve that. And grape is great, no matter how you want to spin it.
And for her to have to say that, that means she already knows her story. Like, even if she had like a civil suit, that's not even finna. I don't even think that's gonna hold up.
I was a child, and a child's rational part of the brain does not develop till they're 25 years old.
Here we go. And when she mentioned that part, I was a child. And the whole, the frontal lobe doesn't develop until 25, but you don't mind a bitch that's 18 starting up on OnlyFans or becoming a P star. I mean, come on, guys. Oh, man.
I didn't deserve it. I didn't ask for it. But I want Philip Champion to know that you did ask for this. And you are disgusting, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And I'm not humiliated to post this, and I don't care who believes me, because he knows, and I know what happened that night.
Okay. And how do you guys like my new soundbite right here? I got
Do you need some money?
And to any of these 304s out here, to any of y'all, who's next? They finna sue the professor next. I bet, but watch, they gonna sue the professor. They go sue the bone collector. Bone collector. He was on that N1. I'm pretty sure he was on that N1 squad. They gonna sue what's his name? Mr. Africa from the Ball Up squad. They're literally gonna look for any man of status, which I predicted, mind you, but it's basically any man of status from in their sexual past, and they're just gonna try to see what they can get out of it, whether it be money or clout. Because a lot of it is not even about the money. They just want to be associated. They feel like since they never got claimed, they want to associate with something, with some sort of man with power that they were linked up with, and they'll put that out there. They're gonna go watch. They're gonna go after all these dudes from the what's the other channel? It's not Street Ball channel. Ball is Life. Yeah, all the people on the Ball is Life squad. They're gonna go after what's his name? The Slim Reaper. They're gonna go after Slim Reaper. They're gonna go after my ninja with no arms that be playing. What this is what they do. They're just gonna look for any dude with the most status or the most money that they mess with. And because they didn't get anything out of the deal, they're just gonna muddy up the name. Look at the Shannon Sharp situation. It's not like a lot of this stuff is not even about the money, guys. They just want the association. They don't even care how the association happens. Because they just, there's something in them that gets mad that they never got claimed as the number one. It's blackmail. It's emotional blackmail, physical and emotional blackmail. When you look at the Shannon Sharp situation, if it was really money that she was after, she literally could have waited until Shannon Sharpe got the $100 million deal. Like now, this $50 million that you're suing for, she's not even gonna, and even the $10 million that Shannon Sharpe had offered her to keep quiet, who's to say that Shannon Sharpe even has that? Because he lost a lot of sponsorships. I don't know if people been noticing, Nightcap's views been going down. He doesn't have the same advertisements. I don't see DraftKings up there as one of the sponsors no more. He lost a lot of sponsorships off that. And then $100 million deal off the table. He's probably never going to get that. He's never going to get that again. It's not about the money. They just want the association. It's not it's not even about the money. That's scary, bro. That's scary. That's really scary though. Because the more that I see these things, it's not even about the money. Because there was people in the comment section that actually believe this chick that I showed you, because they're like, well, hot sauce don't got no money. Because the and one, like them and one dudes, they didn't get paid for that. They was making no money. But it's about the clout. It's about the status. This is the man with the most status that she's ever had an association with out of all the, players and people that she's been with, right? This is the guy with the most status. He got no money. She knows that. But she just wants, that's all she has to show for her life. Her alleged encounter with a street baller, a famous street baller, ghetto hoop stars. You can't make this stuff up. Oh man, Harry said, cool, I love this channel. Shout out to you, Harry. Pyro said, these kids will either get themselves into trouble or get pregnant. Facts. Also, there's been another stat that's been running around, which is complete fake news. They were saying that, 40-year-old women are getting pregnant more than, like, they're having more babies than Gen Z women. And the way they try to twist it, like they try to make it like, oh yeah, 40-year-old women are more fertile and blah. No. 40-year-old women are just keeping their kids. When you look at the number one demographic of women that are performing the most baby deletions, it's women from ages 14 through, I think, 19 or 20. That's that they're deleting their kids at like a record proportion. So it's not that 40-year-old women are having more kids. No, 40-year-old women are just more likely to keep their kids than a woman that's like 15 or 16 years old. They're getting pregnant. They're just not keeping the kids. They got more birth controls. They're performing baby deletions. They got baby deletion pills. I mean, come on. But this should have been obvious. But older women, they were celebrating in the comments. I was like, these people are lost. Jesus. G-Man said, he said, I had hood in me. I'm a bop, to her friends the next day. Hell nah. It sounds like a smut book plot, like a smut plot. That's what it sounds like to me. But if that is true, that means this was consensual. Oh man. Pyro said, get me up there, please, because I'm tired of these 3 or 4s talking about essay accusations. Well, the show is not going to be about essay, but I always be showing these stories because it's very important. Because I'm telling you, because a lot of you guys, a lot of y'all gonna get married, even after all these people came out, even the grifters. Right, even the grifters like the Kevin Samuels rest in peace, not trying to disrespect his name, Andrew Tate's, right? Even the grifters, right? They've put this information to the mainstream. So now dudes know stuff, like young dudes know stuff that our fathers didn't know or our uncles didn't know. And even with all this information, from my vantage point, it looks like the men still want to get married more than the women want to get married, particularly when you're talking about young men and young women. So much so, they're talking about how, young dudes are going to church more often now, which doesn't really solve anything. That it doesn't even solve anything, but okay. But that just shows you who wants to get married more, and it's clear, it's very clear that you have a demographic of people that want that really want a traditional, long-term stable type of relationship, and another group or a party that wants nothing to do with that. So Austin Boston's in random vids, he says, and Ken Ward can't find a girlfriend. What do you mean by he said and can? He said, do you mean Cam Ward? You mean Cam Ward? Hold on for a second. Let me do a Google search. Maybe you putting me on game about something I didn't know about. Ward can't find a girlfriend. Let me see. You mean the athlete Cam Ward, or maybe I'm reading that wrong. Let me see. But anyways, he said, "Yep, that's true. 40-year-old women have the most messed up kids I've ever seen." Yeah, like this is people are like, what? Why is the birth rate is falling? I'm like, the answer is obvious, but you guys don't want to say it. People want to talk about religion and all this stuff. No, it's very simple. What's happening? You have particularly Caucasian women are waiting till later on in life to have kids. They're not thinking of having kids in their 20s. They think they can have kids in their 30s, and that's not gonna work. And when you have the main demographic of women that make up most of the women in this country, if they're deciding to have kids later on in life, you're going to have a fertility problem. If you have women in general deciding to have kids later on in life, it's not going to so-called sustain it. Now, I don't really think it's a crisis. It's really just a crisis for, big corporations and big companies and, churches and all these big time industries that rely on cheap labor and numbers to get by. And the thing is, they could have kept status quo, and like had they kept the status quo and not pushed this whole feminism stuff and women power and bosses, they could have actually kept status quo, and there wouldn't have been a fertility problem. But companies will do anything for a buck, even to their own demise. G-Man says older women are still pressuring men to want to be married despite all the horrific ish happening to men during divorce. They're on the same team aiming for your financial and spiritual destruction. And to expand on that, this is why I show you these essay videos. These girls, they're going to be in their 30s, their late 30s and their 40s, and they're going to be begging for a long-term relationship. I know like I try to tell young dudes, I know they're talking a lot of ish now, but trust me, once they hit their 30s, all of a sudden, oh man, I've been really thinking about having a family, all this stuff. Don't fall for it, And the difference is Gen Z women have been like literally, they've been brought up to just despise men. But once they hit that realization of, damn, I need a dude, it's not going to be genuine. It's not even going to be close to genuine. So like the dudes are going to just be so turned off because they know it's not going to be genuine because they never, like, they were just brought up not to serve a dude, not to help a dude. Like they, particularly when you're talking about Caucasian women, right? They just been brought up to just despise men, but particularly Caucasian men, which is kind of weird because I don't like like me personally, I don't look at Caucasian women as allies. Like they be capping, right? But that's just what they just that's what they just been that's what they've been brought up to do, right? They don't mind the immigrants coming in. Right? They could the immigrant dudes coming through, they could do whatever the hell they want. But if a so-called straight white dude sneezes the wrong way towards them and they're a Christian or a conservative, then it's the guy's the worst thing. You know, and to them, that's just how they're, you know, the average, you know, liberal woman. That's how they think right now. G-Man says a friend was talking about this to his girlfriend. He said verbatim, if you wait to 35 to have kids, you're courting you're courting autism. Stop it. I was dead laughing. But they don't want to hear. They don't care. They don't care. And by the way, if there's chicks listening to this, if you're planning on having kids in your late 30s, don't just stay single and childless. You don't care about that. You're just basically gonna use that kid as a piece of furniture. Like you don't care about that kid. you don't. If you did, you would have had kids like 10 years prior. Oh yeah, I've seen that. He said they be having the audacity to ask men, do they cook? Yeah, I've been seeing that. It's crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. I've been seeing that. I've definitely been seeing that. I've been definitely seeing that. By the way, let's talk about Zoe Spencer and the Kai Cenat situation. Well, let's talk about that in a little bit. G-Man said a piece of furniture. yeah, man. It's like, come on, like at that age, you because by that time, then they're in their little Facebook groups. You know, that's, you know, they look how Michaela Peterson treats her what's it, her daughter. Look how Michaela Peterson treats her kid. I mean, it's not bruh. Most come on, most like, especially most of these the parents now, their grandparents do most of the parenting of their bastards. They like I know like women that got pregnant early. Even they don't care about their kids. I'm talking about as soon as they popped out the kid, they went straight back into the club. As I'm talking about, as soon as they possibly could, they're straight back into the club, twerking, throwing that, you know what, in the circle, being a full blown 304. They just want to shake their ass. That's all they want to do nowadays. They don't really like, particularly the women today. They don't like kids. They don't want to have kids. Oh, remember one of the supporters of this channel, young kid, right, 19 or 20 years old. He came on briefly. Juiced Up Johnny. He came on briefly and he said, "Look, most of the women my age, they don't want, like, most of them, they don't want kids. So why do you want them later on in life? It's just, you're just using it as a photo op. You know what I mean?" That's Billy. He's my doorstop. That's how they treat their LGBT kids accessories to flaunt. Yeah, and that's why they also when they particularly these Caucasian couples, when they adopt kids, they adopt, Negro kids. they always adopting black kids. It's like you're just like, why don't you adopt? You know what I mean? Like I'll be like, why are they always adopting black kids? What's with and try to they can't, and then they make the black and they always make the black kid play basketball. Or football. They never make the black kid play soccer. They never make the black kid play baseball. You know what I mean? It's like it's anyway. Anyways, let me leave that alone. I don't want people to get hurt. But let's talk about the Kai Cenat situation with Zoe Spencer and the what's his name, Soluminati, right? One of the GOAT streamers, right? One of the GOAT streamers. So let's pick out some of these videos, right? Let me pick out some of these let me pick out the Soluminati video when he was talking about Zoe Spencer. Right here. This is good stuff, man.
Why she came out crying.
So this is where Soluminati was talking about Zoe Spencer. And by the way, Zoe Spencer, let me show you who this chick is. Zoe Spencer, she's like the very aggressive B-dub. That's she's like a very famous, female streamer. Oh Lord. I am so happy I'm not sharing my Twitter tab right now off of Zoe Spencer, because they're just showing up straight XXX stuff right now. But this is how do I show a Zoe Spencer vid? Let me see some. I might just have to show her might have to show her face. I don't know how I can do that, but let me see. Zoe Spencer. Do a Google search. So yeah, this is Zoe Spencer. This chick right here. Do I have her Instagram? Here we go. This chick. This chick, right? But most of her content in her material is just basically her emasculating black men. That's basically basically most of her. That's basically most of her content. I'm not even gonna hold you. And Soluminati was talking about her and how Zoe Spencer comes across as a plant, right? So let's let me take away this banner real quick. But anyways, let's play this Illuminati clip.
Now Zoe came out crying to the world, painting the picture that Kai was a bad person. Painting the picture, telling people why she feel like this, she feel like that. She started throwing people under the bus who got a big opportunity, talking about he's not even a streamer. She was doing all type of different shit. And she didn't understand. She didn't understand why Kai didn't want her around. So she started pointing fingers at everything, playing this sympathy shit. It reminded me of Megan Thee Stallion and them. People felt sorry for Megan Thee Stallion with the Tory Lane shit. You giving them sympathy energy. You don't really give a fuck about them. You just feel sorry for them. So she painted this picture. Now niggas getting bashed. She throwing other people under the bus, all type of shit. Now I didn't know who she was, so I had to do my research. I does my research, and all she does is emasculate niggas. Bro, I don't know who the fuck this girl, where she came from. I don't know how long she been streaming. She's a fucking, y'all know what industry plants is. We talked about that on here. Where did she come from? Bro, Bro, my nigga, every male that's a part of her stream, she humiliate them. Why you can't just sit and just have fun with niggas? Every person that stream with her feel like they going up under a humiliation ritual. Seriously, she putting humiliation rituals on everybody.
And he's not wrong. There are many videos of her just straight up. Let me see if I can find like a compilation vid. Zoe Spencer humiliating black men. Before I show you Zoe's Zoe Spencer's response, which was very interesting to say the least. Compilation. Let me see. Zoe Spencer compilation. So right here. Compilation of Zoe Spencer being annoying. Here we go.
I don't think you were joking. Every joke has a truth to it. Like people.
This is my room.
just you know, if you just chill sometimes, you know, you could just.
I see why they say what they say about you.
What they say?
Damn, you got chill vibes, bro.
I just was showing you the act.
You don't gotta laugh and touch and all that. Just chill.
That's why.
Calm down, some.
I don't know if they're gonna show this in this compilation, but I remember seeing like that video of Zoe Spencer, like she be touching ninjas. She be, oh yeah, I seen one where she low key SA'd a young boy on stream, but nobody said anything. I've seen her like she be trying to tackle ninjas, being aggressive, being loud, and I know it's part of her content, but she's always come across like that kind of a chick.
This is Duke Dennis, and he doesn't have on a crop top today, so you guys don't have to come at him, talk about his crop top and stuff like that. And
My name is Duke. I don't have you see I'm talking regular.
I'm talking to this is my inside voice. What you trying to say? I'm too much?
People did.
Huh?
People deal with this act like this.
Dude, are you trying to like? Am I too much?
No, I'm just like, I was like,
I got energy. I got energy.
people deal with like the vibe, I think.
So Duke is just telling her, yo, tone it down, chill. Chill out. But this is what Zoe Spencer be doing.
Kai Cenat. Stop embarrassing yourself. Let me make you a little bright, baby, because you're dark. Okay.
Girls in these lights.
Now we rock. We look so good together. Oh man, look what it is.
W Trey, I got y'all do. Y'all can start sucking dick now.
I bit him.
This is a weirdo, dog. She bites Duke Dennis's hand, talking about, I just bit Duke Dennis' hand, and Duke is like, are you serious right now? Like, I'll say this, yeah, if I was a streamer or a famous streamer, I wouldn't want no parts. Really, I wouldn't want no parts of most female streamers, just in general. But no Zoe Spencer allowed. I would have it like, you know how like teenagers be having to get out, no parents allowed. You know, those white teenagers be having those no parents allowed in my room. I would have something like that. Just nope. Everybody else, they can get questioned. No Zoe Spencer. and any supporter of Zoe Spencer allowed in my streaming house, my streaming space. No way.
Why you didn't react? Agent,
She tells him, why didn't you react? And Duke is like, why are you biting people for content? I'll say this, man. Shout out to Duke, because he be way too chill for some of these certain people. I'm not gonna say who, right? Like, and they just be just straight violating. But he be mad chill, but in that, like in reality, like she's putting herself in danger the way she be acting, man. That joint is crazy. You can't be biting people. Like bruh, talking about, why didn't you react? Why are you biting people? What's wrong with you?
I love you. You are my life. My happiest moments weren't complete if you weren't by my side. You're my relation, a connection to the sun. With you next to me, there's no darkness I can overcome. You are my raindrop. I am the sea. With you and God, with sun of the so beautifully. It's good. I do? Do you think I can sing?
Not anymore.
Good. Now you're a part of the family. What the fuck? Oh shit, back there, oh my God.
Yeah, so I remember this particular stream where she was just sitting, she was just being crazy. She was being aggressive to Kai, pushing him down on the couch. I'm like, yeah, this broad is a problem. And and Zoe Spencer was shocked, just shocked that Kai Cenat didn't want her at a Streamer University. Talks about Zoe Spencer. Let me see.
Kai Cenat responds after Zoe Spencer was not accepted in his streamer university. Zoe Spencer was upset that Zeddy, who is not a streamer, was accepted instead of her.
So is Zeddy up there, and Zeddy's not a streamer. Zeddy streams with me, and then he just, he streams with people when they call him. That's when I knew, like, damn, I don't know what I did to get my name blocked in the chat.
They always be, particularly B-dubs, they always be saying, I don't know what I did. Bruh. Anyways, let me hit Pyro's chat. He says she comes off as a plan just to pass around. Well, two things can be true. Two things can be true. And watch this. Let me show you something. So, remember the video I just showed you right now with Soluminati talking about Zoe Spencer. Now, check this out. Soluminati, he's been kicked out of, Twitch, streaming platforms before, but right after he talked about Zoe Spencer, he gets kicked off. He got banned from Twitch again. Right after he talks about Zoe Spencer. Shortly after this video, he got kicked off of Twitch. Shortly, like literally, it was like the next day, if I'm not mistaken. It was either the next, it was like the day or the day after that. He got kicked off. He got kicked off of Twitch after talking about Zoe Spencer. She's a plant. And I'm going to show you the ultimate evidence that she's the plant. Watch, I'm going to show you something crazy. Let me show y'all something crazy. Let me show you something crazy. Let me see if I can bring up the video. Yo. Right here. This is part of the video I'm about to show you. This is a 13-second clip off of her responding to Illuminati talking about her, because Illuminati was talking about Zoe Spencer for like a good, I think the whole stream, if I'm not mistaken, for most of the stream, or at least a good portion of his stream, he was talking about Zoe Spencer. And this was part of her response. I want you to listen very closely. This is crazy. This is crazy. What I'm about to show you is some crazy stuff. So Pyro the Flame King said, wait, didn't he say he was going to move to Kick and they insta unbanned him? No, he's moving to Kick now after he got banned. After he got banned, right? But look at this Zoe Spencer clip, her responding to Illuminati. This 13-second clip. Listen closely, guys.
It's scary. All you niggas, ooh, oh my God, niggas. All you niggas, because that's what I said. All you niggas is gay. Simple. I said what I said. Well, it's scary. All you niggas, ooh, oh my God, niggas. All you niggas, because that's what I said. All you niggas is gay. Simple.
Did you hear what she said? I'm going to repeat it one more time. She slipped up crazy. She said the N-word with the hard ER. She meant that, bro. She meant that. Now, I don't know what kind of background she come from, but even the hood rat chicks that I know, they don't say the N-word like that. They don't. I'm talking about the most ghetto hood rat chicks. They don't say it like that. So clearly she comes from, like, she really don't like ninjas at all. Like the way she said, like she slipped up. Like this is how she see. Imagine if a white streamer said anything close to this. This is crazy.
It's scary. All you niggas, ooh, oh my God, niggas. All you niggas, because that's what I said. All you niggas is gay. Simple.
Now,
That's what I said.
She gets to keep her Twitch account after saying the N-word with the hard ER. This is not hers just saying niggas. She said N-word with the hard ER. And then she calls the people supporting Illuminati gay. So she gets to say a homophobic slur and the N-word with the hard ER, and she gets to keep her platform. I mean, if that's not a plant, I don't know what is. And I know she had all of, plants literally in her stream just to make fun of Illuminati, calling her an industry plant. Ha 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 ha. But you are a plant, and the powers that may be picked you for a reason, because I know she acts a certain way on stream, but hood rats do not say N-word with the hard ER like that. Like, unless if she's like an undercover, like Cynthia G type, divester type person, which I suspect Zoe Spencer is, especially after seeing that video. I'm like, whoa, what type of person are we dealing with here? Like what type of person we dealing with? The hard ER. G-Man says she a Brad Hunter on the prowl for a white supremacist dude. I'll say I think it's worse. I think like undercover, because people be always talking about, oh, you gotta watch out who might be an undercover incel. I actually think it's worse with the women. You got to find out who are like the undercover, not swirlers, but like, divestors, meaning they have really that kind of a mindset where they really have like in their mind, like they like when you talk about those people on the on the Cynthia G side of the internet, the BWs on that side, they're literally talking about like the mass extinction of like black men, where they're just like every male fetus should be aborted and stuff like that. And this is the stuff that they talk about, and you're just like, bro, how are they keeping their group chats? How are they keeping their channels, their channels of communication? If men even had any sort of conversations talking about stuff even remotely close to that, I mean, we would be in trouble. I mean, we're already in trouble just for saying hoes should be held accountable. And now we're known as, now people in the RP sphere are just, they say that we're a terrorist level threat for walking away from women, or just saying if we are going to deal with them, they need to be held accountable. That's basically the premise. And for that, we're on a terrorist watch group. That's just wild. Lasagna Killer, if black women are openly saying this, sorry, Lasagna Killer says, if black women are openly saying this, it's over. Look, man, have y'all seen those Clubhouse videos, these Twitter spaces where they be, let me see, I think I saved one of those clips. I would have sworn I saved one of these clips. Didn't I save one of these clips? Oh, also, this is a Zoe Spencer. This is a video of Zoe Spencer literally. Like Zoe Spencer was trying to twerk on a fame on a random dude on somebody's stream, and the dude was like, "Bro, stop, please." And they basically forced him to get twerked on.
Oh my God. Saeed. Hey, come here. I got you. Hey, come here.
So you can't. So you can't.
23.
No,
He's consensual.
no, he's not consenting.
Yes, he is.
He's not even saying nothing.
He likes it. Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't think he wants to.
Yeah, stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Stay right there. Hold on. Hold on. Sit down.
Yo.
Sit down. Sit down.
Now imagine if this was reversed. If you had two girls sitting down, two boys standing up, a dude is trying to air hump a girl, and the other dude takes the smaller girl and forces her to get air humped on by a dude. To get grinded on by a dude. That guy would be literally in prison as we speak. Or his fate, like, he would not have a job the next day. This is crazy. But this is the stuff that Zoe Spencer be doing.
You remind me of that one video.
But anyways, let me see if I can find, I remember there was like somebody had recorded I remember Chronic had shared a recording from one of the divestors, how they were speaking on black men getting abused by the police and stuff like that. I remember Undead Chronic has showed that that video, because people don't know what's going on. People don't know what's going on. And let me see. I don't think it's here. Let me see. I think it's on my Instagram, but I got to show y'all. This. Like, you can hear, like, they have their group chats, and the stuff, how they speak on black dudes. It's like, it's scary, dog. It's scary. But yet they want to, shut down this space. For what? I have no idea why. Oh, right here. Right here. I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. So right here it says this is a group chat of black women who date white men stating black men belong in a coffin. And you used to they would say they would do stuff like this on Clubhouse. They'd be on Twitter Spaces. They'll have their group chats, whatever, and they will speak on stuff like this. But apparently incels are the problem. Watch this. This is normal conversation though, mind you. I've heard this stuff.
There's no turning back because these dusties are dusty. They just belong in a coffin. They just belong in a coffin. I agree.
Ladies, I'm so happy that we loving white men because they are the most sweetest, wonderful men. And you know what's so sad? Our mothers should have left the black men a long time ago.
I feel safe now that the dusties are in the gulags. When I look at the title, white men are better for black women, there's no turning back because these dusties are dusty. They just belong in a coffin. They just belong in a coffin.
Now, this is the thing though, because people are just gonna say, damn, this is why I don't date BWs, guys. There's a whole generation of just women, particularly American-raised women, where they joke. I'm talking about of all races, but particularly you talking about white American women, black American women, where they'll make jokes about if I'm like if it's a girl, is like they'll say stuff like this, like if I'm pregnant and it's a girl, I'm keeping the pregnancy. But if it's a boy, it's an abortion. Like they'll say stuff like this and they'll be like, guys, I'm just joking. They're not joking. So you really have to be careful of the women you really got to do some recon on the women you're dating, because they're just brought up to just not like look at you as a human, right? I have many more examples. I remember I did show the Chronic clip where Chronic had shared the recording of what what the black women were talking about white cops abusing black men and the stuff that they were saying about that, like celebrating it basically. And I was like, damn. Right? But there's a lot of examples of that, right? But yeah, they don't get their channels taken, they don't get their social media platforms taken away from them. G-Man says stay Keisha free. Facts. I'll say this, any woman, mind you, it's not it doesn't have to be just black women, any woman that where I detect that knuckleheadedness, even educated women, they'll slip up. Educated women, they'll slip up and they start talking about some man-hating type stuff. I'd be walking away. But particularly when you're talking about women that think that acting like a Keisha or cosplaying as a Keisha is a positive and not a negative, I stay away. But what people got to understand too, let me show you this. When you look at the people that make up these Cynthia G type groups or these divestors, and they start saying the stuff that they say about black men, you have to understand these are not hood rats. These are not, I'm telling you, most of these women are not hood rats. They are college educated black women, bro. I'm telling you from my anecdotal experience being on that black feminist, panel with those women, they were not hood rats. Their mom may maybe have been hood rats or whatever, but I'm talking about they grew up in the suburbs or they did go to a college, like they're college educated. They're not like some hood rat chicks and they're just, I'm telling you, a lot of those chicks, what happened to them is they weren't used to Pookie. They fell for a Pookie. They got burned somehow. They caught an STD. They got hurt. They got their heart broken by a Pookie. And because they're not from the hood, they did not see Pookie coming. They did not see Pookie coming. So they got hurt in a major way. And they end up taking that hurt and spreading, and just, spreading that hurt around, right? Because believe it or not, like a lot of these people that make up these groups, they're not like nothing crazy traumatic happened to them where they got, touched by a black. No, like this is not, I'm telling you, that's not it. Because if that was really the story, you'd be like, oh, damn, that's unfortunate. But that's not, trust me, that's not the story. A lot of these are college educated black women that got played by a dude with barely a 10th grade education. and they got messed up in a major way. Meaning they went to jail over their boyfriend Pookie that they were taking care of, that they went crazy over. Hold on. Let me see if I can I show you that clip from that Tyler Perry movie with oh man, can I show that clip? I hope people know what I'm talking about. Remember the movie with Trey Songz and the bitch from Sister, and you had the Spanish chick was over at the the ninja's crib. Turns out Trey Songz didn't own the crib; it belonged to his girl. It'd be Pookies like that. I'm talking about running circles around these so-called college educated women. They get burned in a major way. They get the cops called on them. I'm talking about the women. And they never get over. Like, I'm talking about, or they just strictly date Pookies and they never understand why their life is full of misery. They never considered like dating a normal black dude. Never. ever. Lasagna Killer said, yeah, we all knew this, but at least they used to try to hide it. Now they're just saying it in public. Yeah, this is true. G-Man said, this is some weirdo-ish facts. Lasagna Killer said, it's just old people don't know. Yes and no about that. Yes and no. Lasagna Killer said, that's why I laugh at black conservatives. Well, you can laugh at black conservatives, but it's more laughable to be a black male liberal. Like, because these black women here, these are liberals. They're definitely not conservatives. Pyro the Flame King says, I think there was a white woman there and even she felt uncomfortable laughing it off. Oh yeah, they know about black women that talk like this. And I can feel I'll say this, I can feel the disconnect. Meaning, I will say this, pre-2022, if I had a random like interaction with the average black woman, it would be, I'm not going to say positive, but it wouldn't be, there's no tension. Meaning like I'll say I'll say pre-2020. I'll say this, basically pre-Kevin Samuels, the average interaction with a black woman for me, it's always been low-key, like fun and games. Not even gonna lie to you. It's never like no there's no tension. Now I can feel the tension. Like I can see it. Like if the black woman doesn't know you and you're just like a random black dude that's like, even if like I'm talking about even back then when, because I would say I don't think black women for the most part, I'm pretty sure they don't find me attractive. Most of them, right? But even then, it would still be, the interaction wouldn't be, there's no tension there. Now it's weird. Like it's the tension is weird. I don't know what it is now, but I can feel like the coldness. I can like really feel the cold. Like I used to be like, even when I was like a cashier at Home Depot, like my average interaction with like the black woman, it'll be low key, it'd be funny. Like we'll say a joke and then we'll laugh at some inside, black humors type stuff. Right now, the only like positive interactions I have with black women are not like FBA, meaning, but even then, like even hate, like even Haitian black women I've come across, I can feel the tension. It's like there's like a coldness to them now. Like it's crazy, right? Like it's weird, Garrett said, "Damn, that's some clan-ish facts." That group chat, and mind you, I've come across some very racist like white people, like, and even I couldn't even imagine them saying the stuff that I've seen, the divestors, or the self-proclaimed divestors, the language that they use. Even like clan members wouldn't even use this kind of stuff. Lasagna Killer says most black women treat black dudes like trash, but treat most of the other races like gods. But meaning basically the average black dude, or black dudes that they don't find attractive, they're very cold to him. Very cold. And I'll say this, like, it's really awkward. The interactions will be awkward because even in like some of these, it'll be like the studio session, all these bitches is over, right? It's weird. It's weird because I've always been myself. I've always, I've never switched it up. I'm telling you, I've never switched it up. I've never switched it up. Dude, I don't even smile at white women. Like people don't understand how I roll. Like I don't even smile at white women. I don't smile with Asian women or Latina women. But I'm talking about like they go out of their way to like be nice and stuff. Even if they find me whatever, which I'm not looking for. But it's like I can feel the coldness, particularly nowadays. I'll say basically post Kevin Samuels passing, I can really feel the coldness. Like it's weird. The irony is this: when it comes to like the real hood black chicks, or like the classic pro black girls, or the like the classic pro black women, I'm talking about it's an actual positive interaction. But I'm talking about like the average black girl now, if she comes across like a black dude that she doesn't even like, not even mess with, it's a real coldness. It's weird. It's weird because I don't expect that. I didn't grow up with black women being cold to me. I did not grow up with this, bro. So it's weird to me. It's a weird energy. I didn't grow up with this. Trust, like I'm telling you, I did not grow up with this. But I haven't switched it up. I really, in terms of interaction, like I already know I'm not the most approachable person, but usually how I grew up, if black women came around, black dudes came around, it's always a positive interaction. I try to go out my way to see. Now the only time is like a real positive interaction if that black woman already has a black dude with her. But I'm talking about like the average black single woman, American raised, it's like it's a real coldness that they got. It's like, damn. G-Man says, facts, I don't think SKF is enough. I'd say stay away from Western women. Free specifically, this batch was bad from the start. And me, like, I just hope all the bitches I fucked with don't get mad at me later on in life. Hopefully I don't get too famous. Hopefully I don't get too famous. Yeah, the only like the like that like the only dudes that black women like nowadays are like the complete degenerates. Like the street ninja looking dudes. Those are the ones that they love. If you're just like a regular dude, like they want nothing to do with you. G-Man says, you know who that industry plant streamer reminds me of? Doja Cat getting giddy with her white boyfriends. Pyro the Flame King said, Chris, most of them see Pookie coming. They just think they're better than the hood rats, and Pookie will get his life together and treat her better. Yeah, they still love Pookie unconditionally. They still love Pookie unconditionally. Now, I'll say this. When I was younger, I was wild. So maybe that's what it is. I'm more civilized now, so it's kind of weird, but even still then, I still remember, like, even in the year 2020 and 2022, I'll be in even like, you know, you're working in a predominantly white space, you'll see a black woman or a black dude, and it's a positive interaction, right? I'm talking about black woman or black dude, but now it's weird. It's weird. I don't know if people talk about the whole incel pandemic, but I don't know. Maybe I think it's something else going on. I think it's something else going on. Like, or you'll have a black girl that you're interested in, or she's showing interest in you, then all of a sudden, blank. Or she's sending you a weird text. I think, yeah, I showed Ainsley. Yeah, I think I showed him something recently that had happened to me a couple months ago. It's I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Very weird. Very, very, very weird. Like even even after like certain music gigs, because I'm not looking for compliments. Like black women will go out their way to be like, yo, you killed it out there, or blah blah blah. Even if I wasn't good, they'll go out of their way to show the support. It's different now. It's different. It's different. It's different now. It's actually just black dudes going out their way to be like, hey, good job, black man. It's different. Which I rather have that in my opinion, but I'm just putting it out there. Let me see. G-Man said the pipeline of today's BW mileage may vary. Facts. That is true. I know what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean, lasagna killer. I didn't get what you were saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying these conservative male and females don't like blacks. Well, liberals don't. Okay. Do you mean black? Do you mean like white conservatives not liking black people? Because I'm just gonna tell you this. I'm not telling you what I'm not telling you my theory. I'm telling you what I know. White liberals don't like black people either, particularly black men. They're just it's not what you think. It's not what you think. Liberals look at black people as a political football, meaning they're just using you. So, would you rather someone that doesn't like you or somebody that's just using you to advance themselves, but they're just still leaving you out in the dirt? They're just using you. Or you just deal with a neighbor that just doesn't like you. I can, man, hey, boy, the way I grew up, people going out their way, I'm talking about of all races, going out their way to try to humiliate me or bully me and stuff. Look, if somebody just tells me, hey, I don't like you, leave me alone, I will follow suit. Just leave me alone. I do me, you do you. We'll be just fine. So maybe that's just me growing up different, but liberals, they want to, if you don't fit into their box, they'll tell you in your face that you're not a real black person. Like they'll like a white liberal will think of you a certain way, and they will tell you in your face, oh, you're not really black. And I'll be like, who are you? There's no like, and maybe it's just me. And maybe you gotta, I'll say this too. You gotta ignore like, the Christian, like the real like Christian conservative dudes in the comment sections that be you know who I'm talking about. It'll be like a white woman, black man couple, and it's like all like, white male conservatives. You're gonna be a single mom. Why are you dating this black dude? You're making you're doing your parents a disservice. You're ruining your bloodline. You kind of have to ignore that part of Twitter or part of Instagram. In real life, they don't be saying nothing. G-Man says the coming femcel crisis and the collapse of the Institute of Marriage in the 2030s will light a fire under everyone's ass. I wonder if the government will step in all dictator like. I think we might be in trouble in this regard. I think they're going to try to make it where they're going to try to force men to marry some of these broads. I think this is my fear. That's one of my biggest fears is that the government is going to step in and force us dudes to marry these broads due to procreational purposes and whatever purpose that may be. That's one of my biggest fears. I want nothing to do. like I want nothing to do with like most American raised women. Now, if you were raised somewhere else, maybe we can talk, but I just know I know too much. Like men and like I'll say this, men and women, we're not supposed to know so much about each other. Because now that we do, men know a lot about women know a lot about men. Now it's a massive disconnect between us where now even the interaction there's no genuine like interactions with like a man and a woman that like say if a man and a woman don't really know about each other but they just meet up, the interaction is so disingenuous. It's a huge disconnect because we know way too much about each other. G says, I remember back in school, there was a foreign exchange white student. All he had to do was play basketball once, and all the black girls in the school went crazy for him. Yeah, but that's not surprising. Most white dudes for them to get quote unquote ingratiated into the black community. All these dudes got to do is dance. They do like one dance, and then he'd be like, "He's invited to the cookout." The fuck. You know, you don't even have to be basketball. Lasagna kill. Oh yeah, Lasagna kill. So G-Man is sending a message to Lasagna Killer. He says 4chan's PO had a meme about this. The based black man thing conservatives do. Wow, that darky shares an opinion with me. A white man, isn't that awesome? Hey, everyone, look. But at the end, like I'll say me personally, there's no like because me personally, I don't claim a political side. Now, obviously I'm more right leaning, but I don't claim Republican, I don't claim Democrat, right? But I will never, ever claim liberal or Democrat. No, not at the age I'm at. That's never gonna happen. Never again. Because obviously when I was a teenager, I was more left leaning, but seeing the stuff and knowing the stuff that I know now, and seeing how even if you're left leaning, when I was more left leaning, you'll have like one conservative viewpoint and the libtards will turn on you and act like you're Uncle Ruckus or something. It's crazy. G said, not gonna lie, I'm not attracted to white women at all, to be honest. That's the sad part. And that's, I'm not okay. I'll say this, white women are amazing from ages like 18 through 22, but after like the age of 24 is basically downhill from there, right? Now, I'll say this is one white girl that I know personally, right? I'm attracted to her, but she's what, 25, 26? Yeah, she's 26. But even if nothing sexual comes with it, I'm fine being around her because she offers things, like she actually has talent. So I would rather be around her, right? But most of the white women that I'm attracted to, they're usually between the ages of 18 through 23, right? Because white women hit the wall like really hard, like really hard. So back in the day, you would see like Caucasian women. By the time they hit junior year of college, they would already have their Brad or their simp dude in mind, because they already know once most white women hit the wall around their mid-20s, really. And then once they hit 27 and 28, that's when there's like, I'm tired of the streets, I'm tired of the jerks, I need a real man to step up, Now, like the white women now, they think they can do that at a later time, and it's just a disaster. It's just a complete disaster. And me personally, I don't have a type. I really don't have a type. It varies from time to time. Like, okay, anybody put a 1 in the chat put a 1 in the chat when I revealed like my YouTube crush. And people were like, huh? Her? I don't know. I don't know. I have mental issues myself. So, but yeah, put a one in the chat when I low key revealed my when I revealed my YouTube crush, and I was devastated when I found out she was a single mom. I was like, no. Garrett Grant said, same here, Chris. First, it'll be the bachelor tax. Next, it'll be a 90-day fiance situation for everyone. Facts. I think that's what's going to happen, especially with you, that last part, 90-day fiance situation. It might, because dudes is not getting married no more. And more dudes they're just pulling away. They're just pulling away, and they can't deny it no more. They want to flip it now and say, "Oh no, women are pulling away from men." No, it's for the most part, most of the dudes that they especially my age, they want nothing to do. They want nothing to do with them. Outside, I'm talking about outside of sex, nothing to do with them. Like even because what people don't understand, like because most people just in general, they get the wrong idea about me. They really don't think I'm a square off first glance. Particularly when you talk about like the average liberal Asian white chick. But particularly, yeah, I get that a lot from like the the American raised Asian chicks. They'll meet up with me, and they really don't think I'm a square. I don't know, maybe they think I'm like a Pookie or like one of these African ninjas or something. One of these exotic pets that they can show off. And when they realize I'm not that, it's like, oh, what can I do with this thing? Right? You see, he said, I just hate that Chris doesn't see it. Oh no, like I'll say this. I don't know if you're new to my channel, but I go in on the conservatives like a lot. That's actually why Undead Chronic started fucking with me, believe it or not. Like that's why he actually started like giving me props on my channel. Like Undead Chronic has invaded my stream. Anytime I put like conservatives in my live channel and I start cooking the conservatives, he'll actually come on the channel and be like, if I have the StreamYard link open, he'll come on and he'll say his piece, believe it or not. Me roasting Jesse Lee Peterson is actually how AJ discovered me. I was roasting Jesse Lee Peterson, which is actually AJ's favorite guy, mind you. And AJ's just saw that I was just taking a piss out of him. I was just joking, right? He didn't take it personally, and he looked at my channel and he realized, oh, I'm just a channel that loves to give free smoke. Conservative, liberal, fat, skinny. There's no like and maybe this is me being a little bit naive. I don't think there's one group that's better than other. There's not, right? Now, mind you, I've said you'll never see me claim the liberal side. But most of the people that I be roasting on my channel are conservatives. Particularly when it comes to the men. I don't really go out of my way to be roasting liberal dudes because they're kind of a waste of my time. Most of the dudes I go in on this channel are conservatives. Pyro says it's like the Chinese men. They don't date women over 26 because they're too old. They call them leftovers. Facts. Facts. The one in the chat. I forgot about that comment. Yeah. Please don't put the name of the content creator. I'm embarrassed because I don't really have that same feeling for her anymore, but I know I would fall for a chick like that. I'm not gonna lie. Don't put the name in the chat. Don't put the name in the chat. People are gonna be like, "Are you serious, Chris? Why her?" I don't know, but I know women with that same personality I'd be falling for. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I know I can get got by a woman with a similar personality as that female content creator. Garrett Grant said, I just don't remember who. All right, that's a good thing. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Oh man. So Lazion Killer says, while the right is telling blacks to stop being lazy. Let me see. It's just that white work is counted more than black work. So the black man needs to work 10 times harder than other races. And I like Chris, but he also copes a lot. Chris, aren't you under 6 feet? Yeah. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with my political leaning? But let me see. Because you said something it's just that the white work is counted more than black work. Look, I'm just a person. I'm not really concerned of what, like, I'm not really concerned of what white people are doing, what they think about me. I've like I said, I've grown up around white people most of my school years. You know what I mean? I'm not really, I'm not really concerned. Most of the, let me put it to you like this. I don't care what you say in terms of as a person. If somebody has something negative to say about me behind closed doors, I don't care. Have a field day. But I will say this, the people that went out of their way to humiliate me, to act like they're better than me, these were the so-called progressive types. Right? Now, there were obviously racist conservatives, obviously, but it's the people that think they're not racist that be doing the most racist stuff. Because a true racist really doesn't want to be around you, and they'll just stay away from you, which I don't care. If you don't like me, just stay away from me. Right? But from my anecdotal experience, when it comes to because this is really why I don't claim a political party, because I feel like there's way too many instances of both sides, mind you, treating ninjas like pets. This is why I don't really claim one. But if I'm being honest, which I've always been with my audience, I'll tell you I'm more right leaning, and that's just due to age. So like the younger you are, the more liberal you're going to be. But the older you get and the more you start making money for yourself, the more you start making a name for yourself, the more conservative you're going to be. That just happens to that's just life. That's just life. Let me see. He said Undead Chronic is a loser. Oh Lord, come on, man. Come on, man. Anyways, let me see. Money Mike says that Undead Chronic, that was not my that was Lasagna Killer's words. That's not my words. You see, Money Mike says Travis probably don't listen to nobody. I'm sure Dion, his pops, friends, teammates, and mate tried to tell him, and he will find out the hard way. Hold that thought right there, because I have a bit of a different take to the Travis Hunter situation. So Shorty's a bird, clear as day. Travis is super green. But I have a different point of view to that situation. Oh Lord. So Lasagna Killer said, I said the 6 feet thing because you have a lot of troops, but you don't get women like that. Bruh. Why would I even do a channel like this if I had no experience with women? Why would I say the things that I say on this channel if I had no experience with women? And by the way, there's plenty of a lot of the pookies and the drug dealers that are getting with broads is all types of sizes: 5'5", 6'6", 6'11", 5'10", 5'11", right? It's, you know, the whole 6 feet tall thing, that's something recent. You know, when I was in high school, I still had women. Now, obviously, I didn't start hitting my stride with women until college. But I've had girlfriends, I've had girls, right? Especially when you talk about college throughout, and that was really my RP awakening, was getting girls in college and kind of understanding, oh, this is what I was missing. Oh, this is what I was not missing. I've explained all of this in the past already. I've explained all of this in the past. When you look at like all my old videos, I've talked about this at nauseum. Let me see. Lasagna Killer says I'm cooning. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think I am, you know what I mean? Like I said, you know, white people are not living rent free in my mind, bro. You know what I mean? You know, what they think about me, you know, it's pretty irrelevant. And you know, the irony of the situation is I get a lot of white women with this kind of attitude, believe it or not, which kind of sucks, because I'll tell people, I've told people here on this channel, white women aren't my first choice, but this is kind of part of the RP experience when you realize the women that you're not really given the time of day, or you're not giving them the most attention, those are the ones that give you the most attention back, right? Like, ever since I was a kid, I don't really smile with white women like that. I really don't be cheesing it up with them. But most white women don't take that as a sign of, okay, he don't fuck with us. They take it as a sign of, oh, this guy's a challenge. Oh, he's not like the other ninjas, right? And that's the first thing they always say when they talk to me. Oh, you're so quiet. Why don't you say nothing to us? And blah, blah, blah. And they don't really get the hint until like 5 years later. Then they're like, oh, he really doesn't fuck with us. Yeah. I really don't. You know what I mean? Let me see. Oh, come on, man. You gotta. Okay, so the no hymen, no diamond thing is just like when Undead Chronic talks about that, it's just, you know how like, women will be like, oh, I'm not gonna date him if he's not a certain height or he doesn't have no money and he doesn't have this. That's just a response back. And usually when Chronic says that, women get upset because a lot of women over the age of 16, they're not going to be virgins. You know what I mean? So it's just like Chronic knows that a lot of women, most women are not going to be virgins over a certain age. But he knows when he says no hymen, no diamond, it, first of all, it rhymes. And then second of all, he knows it's going to elicit a response. It's just, he knows that's going to elicit a response from the average normie woman, right? What do you mean? You know, because usually when he'll start replying to people on Twitter, when he starts talking about, the body count thing or the no hymen, no diamond, it's just he knows that's going to get a response. Let me see. Lasagna is probably one of those black pill types. They call themselves blend cells. Same defeatist mentality. But that's weird. Here's the thing. You guys know Educated Pookie, right? Educated Tyrone. He's black pilled. He's black pilled. And he's actually, he's not a conservative at all. He's actually a Bernie guy, believe it or not. But he fucks with me heavy. he fucks with me heavy. Educated Pookie fucks with me heavy, bro. Like I would like we message each other all the time, via Instagram. I fuck with Educated Pookie heavy, and he's crazy. He's crazy as hell. Educated Tyrone is I'm not gonna say he's a liberal, but he's a self-proclaimed Bernie guy himself. Lasagna Kill said, Chris, you're delusional, unsubbed. just because I said I don't let white people what they think about me or whether or not white dudes is mad at me for dating white chicks or Asian chicks, I don't let that ruin my day. You can't let that stuff ruin your day, man. I don't know though, because I've met black pill dudes or even via online. He's just probably a soup, one of those. He's I don't know. I don't want to let, because everybody's gonna have something to say about you, not just white. You think only white conservatives are, or racist white conservatives have something to say about ninjas? Everybody got something to say about ninjas, man. Caribbean people got something to say about ninjas. Africans have something to say about ninjas. See, dude, I remember I went on Chronic's channel and I said, oh, I still got love for Tariq Nasheed. It's just he's lost right now. He's the problem is Tariq Nasheed is a grifter. And I do remember there was a point in time when Tariq Nasheed would go on Zoe Williams' show and on Corey Holcomb's show and spread knowledge. And I still honor him for that. So that's why I still have a soft spot for Tariq Nasheed, but it is what it is. Money Mike said him marrying her 1 month after the draft and now she's pregnant is insane to me. It's no way you're this naive. She literally has a money dollar on her ring finger. It's like TV at this point, and he got no prenup. Let me explain that. I got an explanation for this. And you might disagree with me with this. So stick. Stay with me on this. Please stay with me on this. Right? So here it is. You might disagree with me on this. you trust me. But I think Travis Hunter is gay. And I talked about this. I remember when I added like a caveat to my Travis Hunter takes, and I was like, I was like, you know what? I heard this on Star Report's channel, and when he mentioned it, I never thought about it. I was like, huh? Then I really started looking back on all these weird dances he'll do, his mannerisms. Again, the dances he'll do. I'm like, this dude kind of zesty. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not even gonna hold you. So my opinion is this. I think he's gay and Leanna's the cover, which is with a lot of athletes. Not just a lot of people, but I'll say a lot of people in black males in the industry. But there's certain black male athletes that fall under this category, believe it or not. You have I'll say it like this. It's either Travis Hunter is gay and Leanna's the beard, or Travis Hunter is like an extreme like cuck type, like Will Smith type cuck situation. It's either one of the two. And if I'm wrong, then this dude is the biggest like the stupidest person. And I don't think Travis Hunter is an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot. I think I think Leanna helps him with his cuck stuff. I think it's either Travis Hunter is gay or bi, or he's like a Will Smith type cuck. And Leanna is vital for him with his cuck life. I think that's what it is. And what confirmed it for me was not just after the gentleman on the Star Report that mentioned it, but when Corey Holcomb said it, I was like, you know what? I think that's what it is. I think because look, homie, there have been clips of Corey Holcomb calling certain people rainbow and gay, and people did not believe him. And now you see in the year 2024, everybody getting exposed for being gay. Everybody that he said, literally everybody he said, Diddy, even though Diddy's not necessarily like just gay, he's just like he's gay, he's a cuck, he's everything, he's a freak. R. Kelly, who else? Damn near every person Corey Holcomb said was gay came out or got caught being gay. Damn near every single one. So that kind of confirmed it, because when the gentleman on the Star Report, it was an older gentleman too. It wasn't no 30-year-old, 20-year-old that was saying. It was the gentleman that came and called on the Star Show. The guy, he sounded at least in his late 50s. This was a black man with like life experience. He was looking at this boy. He's like, nah, this boy a little zesty. And I ignored it because I was such a fan of Travis Hunter. And this is what we do for the people that we like personally. The people that we like personally, we'll give them passes. We be giving the people that we like, we give them passes. Meanwhile, the fruitiness will be right in front of us, but we ignore it. I'll give you another example. Odell Beckham Jr. That's another person that I think might be on the rainbow side. Justin Bieber, right? These people, even though I don't like him personally, but the proof is it's out there, right? It's out there. So I think with this situation, Leanna, it's probably most likely number 2. It most likely might be number 2 in terms of Travis Hunter might be just one of those cucks, you know. And I guess maybe there's this thing where I guess people don't think that black men could be cucks or can be cucks, but remember, I've done like 3 Travis Hunter live streams. We didn't show the videos of what Leanna used to do when they caught her having a old OnlyFans account, her twerking on random SoundCloud rappers, SoundCloud rappers having her on Snapchat. Like I'm talking about they have videos of her cooking for these ninjas after they done smashed. You know, we already know what Leanna's on. We already know. Let me see. Pyro says, Chris, you say everyone's rainbow. G-Man says that actually might make sense. Not gonna lie, she's a beard for him. It could be, but he is zesty. I'm not gonna lie, he's zesty. Travis Hunter zesty. This wouldn't be a first time we saw a great athlete that was gay. There's plenty of great, I'm talking about great black male athletes that are gay as hell. Some of the greatest boxers we've ever seen, they're gay. I don't want to say any names. Oh man. Money Mike said, I don't know if he's gay, but he is very sassy. And yes, his dances are suspect. Like, bro, I'm telling you, dog. I'm telling you, man. Bro. Like he does things where, like, I remember it was like, and this is how I really started believing the gay thing on the Star Report. So when the older gentleman brought it up, it was like a lot of there was, black women that are, fans of the show. They started calling in and they were like, nah, he's just different. I was like, you know what? There might be truth to this. There might be some truth to this. There might be some truth to this. Hold on, let me show you something. So I got videos of Travis Hunter dancing at the wedding. And tell me if this don't look suspect to you. Yeah, Broski just looks suspect, man. Every time I see him dance, he be looking, and mind you, he's dancing with his girl, and he already looking suspect. I don't know, man. Because I don't think he's a complete. He doesn't come across as an idiot. Somebody in the comment section said, never seen a nigga this happy get played. Okay, so I see this comment right here. It says she is his first baddie for sure. Okay, so let's get into that though. Let's get into that, right? We'll get into that later. Money Mike said if he came out gay, it would be the craziest football story ever because he's actually a baller. Yeah, but he wouldn't be he would be the first openly gay, like elite football player. Like, you know. Remember when Michael Sam came out and he was saying that NFL stars were calling him and saying that, yeah, I'm the same way, but I just can't come out the closet. And he said NFL stars. And when Michael Sam said, I'm like, bro, you know, there's not a whole lot of stars in the NFL. You really narrowing down the list. You putting them out there. Okay, so G-Man right here, you said, don't you gotta be older to get into NTR/cuckoldry though? This had Virgin's First Girlfriends vibes all over it. Usually cucks start normal. That's a great point. That's first of all, I'm sorry guys, did I even show the video? Hold on, my bad. I didn't even show let me show you the my bad. Look at this video of Travis Hunter dancing with his girlfriend right here. My bad, guys. Just look at this video. I took the overlay off. Just look at the he never, even when he dances, when he celebrates, he just comes across as zesty. But I never wanted to say anything because I was such a fan of his talent, his athleticism. You know, I was so happy for him when he won the Heisman, you know. You know, I root for him. I root for him to be successful. So you overlook the obvious. You know? Yeah, Money Mike said Travis is way more zesty than Odell. I agree. G-Man says, I'm subscribing to the idea of him being a total fruit basket and she gets paid enough to keep quiet. But you did say something about, you know, Virgin's First Girlfriend vibes all over it. Facts. This is where I could be wrong about the first two. And this is where the third option comes in. And we've talked about this. Because I don't like this narrative that's around where it's like, oh, black dudes be they be chasing overweight white women. I disagree with that. When you see black dudes with overweight white women, most times it's because he doesn't have the money that he needs to. The moment that he has enough clout, the moment he has enough money, he starts going out with girls like this. I'm telling you, this is the prototype right here. I'm talking about dark-skinned ninjas. And I'm putting myself like I'm a dark-skinned ninja, right? So I'm not, trust me, I'm not playing no favorites here. I'm just telling you what it is. With dark-skinned ninjas, these are the girls that they will die for. Not no overweight white women. When you see dark-skinned ninjas or black men in general with overweight white women and they're not overweight themselves, it's a money thing. Trust me, it's a money thing. As soon as they get some money, or they start getting clout, or when you have a young if you have a young dark-skinned male in high school and he has enough clout He's not going for the overweight white woman. Trust me. He's going for chicks that look similar to this. Trust me. I'm telling you, this is the formula. And mind you, a chick with this complexion, it doesn't matter if she's a little bit chubby. It doesn't matter if she's super skinny. It doesn't matter if she's a strag. It doesn't matter if he treats him like dog crap. He will simp over a chick that looks similar to this, what you see on the screen. I'm telling you, this is the prototype. Look at all the red flags that, like, let's look at Tyrese's situation. Tyrese and Samantha, right? Now, to us, Samantha was clearly playing him from the start. Clearly. We already knew she was full of it, but men and women, but we as human beings, we overlook the red flags of the people that we like, especially if they're our type. And dark-skinned ninjas have a type. It's that. Trust me, it's that. The light-skinned chick, or a cosplaying light-skinned chick, or one of those Latina chicks, right? One of those chicks you don't know if she's black, you don't know if she's white. Dark-skinned ninjas like smashing or being with chicks like this. And then especially if they're younger, especially if you're a young black male and you can have an access to a chick that looks like this, they're gonna jump at the opportunity and do anything or everything for her, even if it compromises their masculinity, i.e. Travis Hunter. Maybe he wouldn't be into this kind of stuff. Maybe he wouldn't be a cuck. Maybe he wouldn't be gay or all this stuff if he was with a different type of chick. I remember there was like Spanish dudes in the comments that was like, yo, Travis Hunter is not supposed to be with a chick like this. He needs to be with one of those good little white girls. He said, they said specifically for Travis Hunter, he needs to be with like one of those good little white girls that just keeps quiet and just doesn't say anything. That's what a Spanish dude had said in the comments. He said Travis Hunter not ready for the treachery that he's that he's about to go through. He's not ready, right? Let me see. I missed a lot. Let me see. Yep, Money Mike said, I don't know if he's gay, but he's very sassy and very suspect. Yeah, Dwight Howard's gay. Yeah, there's no doubt. Yeah, exactly. Like, even Money Mike said they asked Dwight if he was gay on an interview, and he said what goes on in his bedroom is nobody's business. And remember the interview when they had asked him, they're like, okay, so what do you make about the transgender man that had came out and said that you was calling him and blah blah blah? What do you have to say about that? And this is what he said. He said, I'm free. He said, I'm free. I swear to you, I'm not making this up. This is what he said. I'm like, nigga, just say you gay, bro. I mean, god damn. It doesn't really change my opinion about you, Dwight Howard, but just come out and say it, man. And this ninja gonna double down and then get married to one of these WNBA chicks. Oh man. Cameron Jones said, wow, in today's world, damn, Prime, I thought you was his mentor. That don't matter. He and look, you can't tell. I keep telling you, guys, dark-skinned ninjas love bitches like this, bro. They will do anything. I'm pretty sure Travis Hunter listened to Prime about everything. I'm talking about everything football wise. I'm pretty sure Travis Hunter soaked it all in, pause, soaked in all the knowledge and, was grateful, listened to everything Prime said, except when it came to his lady. I mean, homie, when it comes to broads, you can't, especially when a dude is hung up on a girl, you can't do nothing about that. You just got to let him, you just got to let, like my hands are, like, say if I'm wrong about the gay thing, that means this guy is that means he's too far gone. I'm talking about if my opinion is wrong, that means he's too far gone. G-Man said with the open chest, my guy is the gay friend at the girls' night. Facts. Yeah. When I'm looking at that video, let me bring it up again. You just looking at that video, bro. Like he's dancing like a male dance, a professional male pole dancer, if you know what I'm saying. I don't. Do male dancers have poles too? I don't know. I don't know, but he's dancing like one of those professional. Let me stop. Let me stop. Facts. G-Man says Hispanic shorties are in high demand in the black millionaire and up club. Facts. People don't. I'm telling you, man. You can, like, look. You don't have to agree with me with everything, but I'm telling you. I promise you. I promise you. This theory is undefeated. I know Reaper Rail is watching this and he's laughing like a motherfucker. If he is in the chat, but I know if Reaper Rail is listening to this, I know he's laughing when every time I bring this pick up, he be laughing. Trust me, this is undefeated. This is undefeated, like, knowledge. I'm sorry. Dark skinned ninjas, when they get access to chicks like that, they lose their mind. And yes, I'll say this: the average, black dude in general, I'm talking about all types of black dudes, will lose their mind if they don't have, if they're not used to being around white girls. They can lose their mind with them too. But I'm telling you, the average, I'm talking about the dark skinned dudes, they love chicks like this. I'm telling you. This right here is what they want. Now they won't say this because they don't want to seem colorist. They don't want to seem colorist, right? It's unpopular for a dark skinned ninja to say, "Look, I prefer light skinned shorties," right? It's unpopular for a lot of dark skinned ninjas to say that, right? Even though I'm pretty sure that's been said, but trust me, that if a dark skinned ninja were to say that today, he would have problems. He would have problems. Rob So Random says a bunch of grown men gossiping about another man's love life when 90% of y'all chasing anything walking down the street. This right here is why 90% of y'all will never own land, too busy gossiping. Ninja, relax. We're having fun here. We're having fun here. You see, G-Man, and at the end of the day, he's just going to be a case study for us because we already know what's going to happen to him. If we're taking everything at face value, say if he's not gay, right? We're taking everything at face value. He's about to get finessed, like seriously finessed. Then the only thing we can do is pray that Leanna breaks up with him as soon as possible so she doesn't get his, I'm talking about the contract after his rookie deal. Hopefully she's stupid enough to leave before he gets his real deal. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, G-Man, you're right. G-Man, you're right, bro. I completely forgot that Cat Williams said that in the interview last year. Yo, that means I'm sorry. That means my theory is basically undefeated. If Cat Williams, I forgot Cat Williams said that. And mind you, I've been saying this light skin, dark skin stuff ever since 2022. Cat Williams did say this when you got these certain ninjas, they make a certain level in Hollywood, they get a weird looking light skinned bitch as their wife. These are facts. I'm sorry. These are, it's undefeated. You can't like this. You cannot argue me on this. You cannot. all you got to do is open your eyes. And like I said, like you'll have the joke going around. Oh, black dudes with overweight white women, and nah, that's cope. Now that's cope. Because I'll see like a black dude with like a regular white bitch. I'm talking about regular, degular white bitch. And the white bitch is getting death threats in her comment section. And I'm talking about the white bitch will be like, the white bitch won't even be a looker. She'll just be a regular white bitch that's just not fat. And she's getting death threats. And people are talking about their half-breed kids in the comments section. Trust me, when it comes down to it, especially when you talk about like, like especially like hood ninjas or people that dark skinned ninjas that grew up a certain way, this is their type. Oh, remember the Bink 304 girl I gave a shout out to? Remember the Bink 304 girl I gave a shout out to? Let me see. Does she have a picture that I could use? That she won't get mad at me for using? Let me not put her pictures out there. Let me not do that. 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 Because if she finds out, she's gonna be so mad at me. I ain't even gonna hold you. F it. I'll show it. I'll show it. Let me take the overlay off. Remember, I gave the shout out to this girl, or sorry, this lady, because she put me on to game when I was younger. And I said this is the black man's dream right here, low key, especially hood ninjas. This is the hood ninjas dream right here. This hood ninjas dream, and extra points if she's tatted up. Extra points if she's tatted up. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Now, Bink, she's not black. Bink's not black. But her skin tone, her complexion, trust me, it raises up her value amongst the hood ninjas. So I'm talking about. Let me see. It's this girl on the left right here, not the girl on the right. The girl on the left. Girl on the left. And this is her boyfriend. Yeah, this is her. Well, I think husband, if I'm not mistaken. the hood ninja husband right here. This is like I said. This. Oh shit! Let me not put. That's his kid. That's not, mind you, that's not her kid. That's her husband's kid. Anyways. Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for that. But I'm telling you, this logic cannot even be denied, bro. Can't be denied. Mm. G-Man said that is a good point about Travis, though. Damn, Chris, I don't know what to believe anymore. I'll stick with the fruity accusation because it's funnier. I'll say this. I hope it is. Low key, I hope it is, because I don't believe he's that. I can't fathom him being that stupid. Especially when you look at all the past live streams I did, all the videos that Leanna was doing with all these ninjas. Oh hell no. And everybody's showing the proof to Travis Hunter. You have black women showing him the proof. Black men, white women, Latino men, Latino women. Like, yo, Travis, you getting played, doggy. Red pill people, blue pill people, giving him the proof. And he's just like, I don't know what y'all talking about. And maybe, how about this? Let's put another theory out there, which is even scarier. Let's put something out there. Maybe we are witnessing a new breed of man. Because look, men and women have switched. You have men now bragging about, oh, I saved it. I saved my virginity for my marriage. You have men now. You'll hear more men boasting on their virginity more than the women. So maybe we are witnessing a new, different type of breed of man where, you know how like we grew up seeing, you know, the woman forgiving her toxic, cheating male ex for cheating all the time and taking her back. Taking him back every single time. Maybe we're witnessing a real different breed of male. You know, he's doing all the work while she's cheating and he's always taking her back. She's the toxic cheating abusive ex. You know, maybe we're witnessing a new, different type of dude. Where the virgin dudes, where the dudes are the ones being imprinted on, not the other way around. Where men are more likely to save themselves for marriage than women. It's so maybe we're witnessing something new. And now that's even scarier than anything I'll put out there. Me, low key, I'm coping. Low key, I'm coping. But I'll say this. I think he is gay. I think he is, or some kind of a weird cuck type dude. Will Smith style. Because he does come across as zesty. And I've ignored it for way too long. Money Mike said it's crazy because Travis Pops is a street dude who did time and Travis is out here zesty. Well, street dudes that are in and out of prison or in and out of jail, most of them are gay, or they've done gay. I'm not going to say most, but a lot of them are gay. And I'm going to just leave that alone. Pyro the Flame King says, man, whenever I see tatted up chicks, I always think there's 304s. Yeah. If she has tattoos, is that one of my red flags? Let me see. What's it? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Yeah, tattoos. Yes, tattoos is number 3 on my red flags list. Overlooked red flags list. Yes. And it should be obvious, but the thing is, they've done the statistics. They said like 60 to 70% of Gen Z women have tattoos. 60 to 70%. It's in that range. And then especially if you grew up in a certain type of neighborhood, it's damn near all of them. And then when you're dealing with chicks in the suburbs, way more chicks in the suburbs have tattoos than they should have. It's crazy. G-Man says ish is gonna get real bad 2030 to 2050. Get your passport and make good connections, y'all. Also, you seeing how they're passing that real ID thing where they're gonna try to they're really making it harder now for men to leave this country. They're trying to trap us here. I can see this. Like, you see how now they're even making like rules now. Like, all these countries are now making rules where they're like, okay, you can only, like with Brazil, they made that law where they get to look at your bank account before you can enter the country of Brazil. And I already know what that is. I know what that is. They're trying to they're trying to deter black male tourists from coming in and doing what they do, or other potential, American male passport holders from coming to Brazil and doing what they do. Shifty Sean said Dion said he was going to write Travis prenup on his prenup himself, and he ended up with no prenup at all. Like I said, men are not like, men will listen to everything else except when it comes to, women. You got to let them bump their head. You got to let them bump their head. Shifty Sean said lower back tattoo says thought to me. I'm sorry. Hey, man, a tattoo anywhere on a woman says thought to me. Anywhere. If I see one tattoo on you, you belong to the streets. Especially if you're a young chick with a tattoo. Like, if you are under the age of 18 and she already has a tattoo, or she's 18 already got a tattoo, that you can't fix that. I'm sorry. It's a lot of country chicks that be getting away with this kind of stuff, but I'm sorry, that same applies to them too. Because we know young chicks, they broke, they don't got no money. How are you affording this tattoo? How are you it's the same thing. You got to ask them, how are you affording all these drugs? How are you affording a weed and you ain't got no money? It's because she knows a tattoo artist. She thinks that's her boyfriend, so she gets these tattoos for free, and she thinks she's finessing him. Meanwhile, she thinks she's finessing him for free tattoos. Meanwhile, she's giving up the cheeks. Talking about that, oh yeah, the tattoo artist, that's my boyfriend, and we're dating. Nope. G-Man said, I had to get proof I was here as a permanent resident in the U.S. from 2019 down with the newspaper article I was in and my high school and middle school ID cards just to get my passport. Yeah, they're making it harder and harder because they're seeing, like, they're trust me, they're very aware where I'm talking about the powers that may be, or the government, whatever you want to call it. They're aware of men just leaving or men importing their wives now. Either way, you have like now this whole demographic of women that the government is going to have to take care of. Because most of those women, they're going to need financial assistance. And who's going to cover that bill? A lot of men are just opting. They don't want anything to do with that. Got less and less males being born in the United States, less and less men willing to pay taxes, less and less, like, they're very aware of they're checking out from American women. They're very aware of this, and they're trying to come up with solutions. So a lot, they're trying to trap us. I can see it. So, young men, if you're listening to me in this chat, please, please get your passport as soon as you can. They're just gonna make it harder. They're very aware of what we're doing. G-Man also says they returned my expired one when I was 12 when they demanded that too. Pyro the Flame King says why they want to keep us down is like they don't want us to enjoy everything. And it's weird because I'm talking about you'll be a dude, right? And this is how like weird the average female is. Okay, so let me bring up black women for an example. When I joined that black feminist panel to talk about the Jovi Pena situation, they started bringing up the passport bros out of nowhere, and I said, "What did they do to you? What's going on with that situation?" And then they were like, "What? You try to tell me you don't know the passport bros?" I'm like, "No, I just said, what did they do to you? They're leaving. If you don't like them, they're leaving. Why do you care?" This is the weirdo behavior. And now it's even gotten so far. You have chicks now following these people. You have chicks now, they're going on vacations to the spots that men usually go to, talking about, I need to warn the women about these dudes. I'm like, y'all are weird. You got women, like when I first heard the reports from certain MGTOW channels that I will not name because they've been demonetized many, many times. Certain channels I will not name, they were talking about it. I remember it was this one specific dude. He was saying like, yo, there was a group of black women. They were stalking these ninjas in Colombia or whatever. I think it was Colombia or one of these countries. And I was like, nah, there's no way. And I ignored it, but it stuck with me. I was like, there's no way this is happening. And now I'm seeing more and more stories, or I've seen more and more TikTok videos of women women recording themselves talking about reporting live from Colombia, and what they say is true. These dudes are going to these countries and I'm just like, what? I'm just sitting there just shocked. You have certain, like Pyro can attest to this because he sent me these videos and I've sent him some back where there's videos of like famous like fitness influencers and IG models or somewhat successful influencers, and they're deciding to vacation to Thailand or the Philippines, and they bitches don't usually go to places like that. I'm talking about they don't go to the places where the men are. They're just in terms of where American men are. They're usually bragging about going to Mallorca or Turks and Caicos or Jamaica or somewhere in Europe. They don't talk about going to the Philippines and Thailand and Colombia. Now you have these, I'm going to travel to the Philippines. I'm like, that's not a vacation spot that, solo women like to brag about. What's this about? They're nosy. They just they can't help themselves. Like women are weirdos, dog. Like the average American woman of today, they're weirdos, bro. They don't want the dudes. They say we're not this, we're not that. Then we leave, or the men our age leave. Now they're so curious into what they're doing. Now it's so, they've set this narrative that American men are going overseas and taking advantage of these women, so much so now you have videos like this. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me zoom out, actually. Let me show y'all the video. This is wild. You have now liberal dudes going overseas, filming dudes in certain countries with the the working women, the S workers, shaming the dudes. Like, what kind of weirdo? Like, this is just peak weirdo behavior. Let me see something. It's got to be here. Yeah, right here.
This
Right here. So here you have this liberal simp who traveled. He traveled to Cambodia just to videotape, creepy old white men with Cambodian sex workers. Now, why would you even do something like this? Like, why do you care? This is peak weirdo behavior, but they've already set the narrative. Oh, American dudes are going overseas and taking advantage of these women and women that can't speak English and messing with prostitutes and all this. I'm like, wow. This is peak weirdo behavior. Let me take the overlay off and let's play the video. Yeah, my bad. I already knew. I was like, damn, I did it again. But here we go. Let me play the video. Peak weirdo behavior.
This is why they come to Cambodia. I am currently in Cambodia's city of old white men. They're roaming everywhere looking for a Cambodian woman. I actually feel bad. I don't want to film any of the girls because they genuinely don't want to be here. They're only here to make money and try and provide for their family. Look, we got the boys on tour right here. Look, we've got another old mate cracking on over here. It's genuinely taking advantage of women who are in a lesser fortunate scenario in the world and just paying them off for their bodies. That is absolutely horrible. Come on, men out there, do better. This is why they come to Cambodia.
Peak weirdo behavior. Peak weirdo behavior. I'm sorry, but let me say this. Let me say this. To be fair, to be fair here. This is why I'll say this. This is also part of the reason when we talk about particularly white male conservatives, where we talk about the dick policing of black men. And when we talk about this is, guys, stop being weird. Stop being all up in women's comment section. Anytime a black dude is with some white chick, or you know, black dudes with an Asian chick, you all up in the women's comment section, preying on the relationship's downfall. Don't be doing that, because the same thing could be happening to you. You find a chick you want to be with. You don't want to be with this particular American chick. You just want to find a chick that's rocking with you. Now you have white liberal men doing the dick policing. So this is not just even a white conservative thing. This might just be a white male thing. Not even gonna hold you. This might just be a white male thing. The dick policing. I used to think, oh, this is just something that, people just be doing to black dudes. No, it's just this, dick policing now is just, it's just normal. It's just dick policing has been normalized. This is why I be going hard on the conservatives that be doing the dick policing, because I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this. This ninja traveled to Cambodia to videotape older white dudes, not harming nobody, whatever. They're there to get their rocks off, and this is the this is the most efficient way for them to get their rocks off. But no, they have to stay in America. They just have to accept trash. It's just wild, man. Facts. G-Man says nothing hurts women more than knowing you have options. It can be literally any option that isn't them that gives them such anxiety. MGTOW, Red Pill, Passport Bros, and even those dull AI chatbot guys. Facts. They'd be making whole videos talking about, oh man, even the dolls. They be talking about how the dolls are victims. Like, I'm like, these are inanimate objects. Like, they don't. But let me put it like this, G-Man. Let me put it like this. They don't mind the dudes that they find attractive having options. They just don't like it when it's the dudes that they don't deem attractive, but they have options. It's the dudes that they think that shouldn't have options. When they have options, they have a problem with that. It's peak weirdo behavior, right? Because just bottom line, the men that women don't find attractive, they just don't see them as human. And not only that, it's not just that they don't see us as human. The men that they're not attracted to off first glance, they just think you're not supposed to have anything. They just think you don't deserve to be in a relationship. They don't think you deserve sex, whatever, from any woman, whatever. If they deem it like, oh no, he's even though they don't want you, they see you with options, or they still see you thriving without them as the focal point. It just does something to them where it hurts them to see men that they don't deem attractive still have options. It's peak weirdo behavior. Peak weirdo behavior, right? But that's just one of those uncomfortable truths you're gonna have to accept about most American women. You know, that's just an uncomfortable thing you just have to accept. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So G-Man said AC reacted to Akeisha, who took a plane to Colombia. She said the whole plane was full of successful black men. It was pretty salty about it. Yeah, I saw that. But I saw even more videos where it was like, it'll have bitches in the countries talking about reporting live from this country. And yes, this passport bro things. I'm like, but yeah, like this video that I just showed you, it would be like women making similar videos, but like in different countries. Like, so they'll be like in Brazil, Colombia, or one of these South American countries. They'll be like, oh yeah, so I'm reporting here, like they're a fucking news reporter or whatever. You're just like, I'm like, bitch, do you have anything else to do in life? Like anything else to do? But to stalk dudes that you're not attracted to in the first place? Weirdos, pure weirdos, man. Exactly. Pyro got his spot on. He said, so Chris, so you're saying women are pro incel. They don't want dudes who they don't find attractive to not get laid or get any woman anywhere. Facts. It's just it's weird. Like you'll see, you even see it with young girls when they're younger, where they'll be playing with a doll, they don't find use for the doll, they throw it away, then they see you find use for the doll, and now all of a sudden, it's not that they want it back, they just don't want you using it, even though they threw it away. it's weird. Just it's weird. It's just this is just when people talk about the dark, the dark side of male nature, but people don't really want to talk about the dark side of female nature. And like I say, yeah, shout out to Garrett. He said, yeah, Pyro got it spot on. He said, women are really pro incel. They don't want dudes who they don't find attractive to not get laid or get any women anywhere. That's why I found it interesting. Remember the video I dropped when Joy Taylor said that prostitution should be legalized in America? I was surprised Joy Taylor had said that, because because she believes that the reason why men are mad because dudes aren't getting laid, but it's clearly more than that. It's clearly more than that. Right? Because she's aiming her ire towards the wrong people. But the average broad, she just thinks, like, the average broad, they just like, if they don't deem you worthy, nope. You better have some social status or some kind of clout, That's the only thing. I'll say this, in my personal life, that is the only thing that has saved me from being like destroyed, especially like later on in life. Usually in my life, I don't really go out my way to promote, do stuff, say things about. Everything that I have is through social proof. Literally every gig that I got, every single opportunity I got. Only reason I've never gotten kicked out certain spots where I didn't belong and stuff like that is because I knew somebody. Like, that's the only thing that has helped me really in life. That hasn't had me like completely isolated. Chris, why don't you say anything? There's nothing to say. there's nothing to say. Social proof is everything, right? That's my opinion, right? But I'm talking about like to the average dude that, doesn't do music like I do, right? Doesn't do sports, right? Like I did, right? Most times I'm always the best player on the team. It's just always been like that for me. Always been like that for me. Especially when you're talking about post middle school, it's always been like that for me. I don't have to say much for people to start talking to me, and I don't like to be bothered, really, in general. So it's a different type of attention that I get, and at the same time don't get. Most people, like I told you that story when I was in high school, right? Girl was straight dissing me. We went to the same class. I'm talking about straight dissing me, call me weirdo. Oh, this dude is. I meet up with her and her boyfriend. Meanwhile, she didn't know that. Mind you, imagine she's talking crazy about me. But imagine a nigga like me. And like a lot of Hispanics, they don't really be wanting to give you props when you nice at soccer. if I'm talking about like if you're like really that good, and you a ninja and you playing it better than them. So imagine you in the hallway. She sees you and she's already ready to talk crazy. Her boyfriend comes to me. Bro, you play so well, bro. Oh, this is my girl. I need you to meet my girl. Oh, this guy's so awesome. I'm like, oh, I know her. She in my class. Oh, for real? How is it? And blah, blah, blah. he's thinking that I'm this cool dude and I'm I'm getting bitches. Meanwhile, he has the pretty bitch. That's been like my life, literally. that's been my life basically post middle school. Most people don't think I belong until I'm there, and all the jocks and all the people that they trying to kiss up to, I already have their number. All of a sudden, hey, how's it go? Do you have so and so's number? Yeah. All of a sudden, they're nice to me now. The fuck? Even like, bro, even when I was in college, this has nothing to do with girls right now. Right? Even in college, because I was a walk on, I didn't know anybody. Whatever. I didn't play well. That was the first time in my life I never started for a team. Right? First time in my life. Coast through the season, didn't get a chance to play. Off season happens. All right, yeah, sayonara. All of a sudden, I'm getting all these weird texts. Oh, I didn't know you played with so and so. I heard that he was trying to come to WestCon. Can you do a recruiting trip? Huh? Get another text from a coach. Oh, I didn't. All these dudes that they've been trying to get a hold on to recruit them for their team. All of a sudden, they want me to help. The fuck? I haven't been involved with this team this whole time. When I was playing with them, I was the best player on the team. The fuck? But that's just my life. That's how social proof works. That's just my life. That's why I'll say this. This is why I kind of like the music thing that I do sometimes, because when I'm going in a music room, most of the time I'm already going with a whole bunch of musicians. So there's no real competition going on. It's just, let's make the best music possible. That's why I kind of like doing that kind of stuff. In terms of the instrumentation, playing an actual instrument and stuff like that. That's the stuff that kind of still gives me hope. Otherwise, most people, they disappoint me. But anyways, G-Man said it's main character syndrome. Worship me and me alone. Facts. Most women, they think that they're the main character of, like, they think they're in an episode of The Office, and they think they're like they're Michael. They think they're the female. They think they're the female. They think they're Michael, but the female version of Michael, or whoever's the main character in The Office. Looking in their imaginary camera and all this stuff, like like it's a TV episode. They're very full of themselves. Pyro said most of these girls are Lambos without no wheels. Facts. Travis Hunter, Prenup. Cameron and Mace react to Travis Hunter not signing Prenup. He says, I'm going to sit this one out. Oh, that's crazy work. I ain't never searched for no Viagra. They doing me dirty. Cameron and Mace aren't keen on congratulating newlyweds Travis Hunter and Leanna Lene. Just days after the 2024 Heisman Trophy recipient married Lene, Cam and Mace share their disappointment regarding the nuptials on their podcast. It is what it is. I'm going to sit this one out. Mace began around the 47-minute mark of the episode above. I think when it comes to the young lady, she does have, like, different things that have transpired. For me as a dad, if that was my son, I would definitely be concerned. The Harlem rapper advised that there are other ways for Hunter to protect his assets, as the couple allegedly did not sign a prenuptial agreement. They'll try to hit you with that ish. Why get a prenup if you really love me? Do what you want, Travis. That's up to you. I'm signing a prenup unless Shorty getting as much money as I get or more than me. If you're not getting more than me, you have to sign a prenup. It just works like that for me. But that's it, man. Oh, I got the same picture. But yeah, but even, people talk about the whole prenup thing. And that's the one thing I did want to, I kind of wanted to end it off with that. But when it comes to the prenup thing, people been saying this in terms of, oh man, just get a prenup, man. Guys, prenups can get challenged. And especially when you're talking about like very, famous athletes like Travis Hunter. Like they're just, I'm sorry, Travis Hunter, he's just gonna get finessed. It is what it is. If we're taking this at face value and he's not gay, he's just gonna get finessed. Prenup or not. Because a prenup can get challenged. And depending on what kind of judge you got, because it seems like a lot of the famous ninjas that you like, people like, you really think that Bill Gates and all these people, Jeff Bezos, you really think all of these people didn't have prenups? Of course they had something, but once divorce happens and it's time for the court, it's because it's not just her getting money off you in the courts. It's the judge, it's the lawyers, it's everybody involved in family court, is everybody involved. So they're incentivized to rob you. They're going to rob you. Either way, they're going to rob you. So by the time you're defending your prenup, you're spending the money to defend the challenge of the prenup. So the money that you were trying to save with the prenup, you end up spending it anyway. I mean, bruh. Thank you. Thank you. G-Man says, my thoughts on prenups are the same as yours on daughter dads. Facts. If you feel like you could lose, you already lost. I say this all the time. He says, I simply wouldn't bother marrying, to be honest. For kids, just get surrogacy. I've been saying this, but there's a lot of dudes, they don't want to hear this. They don't want to hear this. They ask, what should I do, Chris? I'm like, have you tried exploring the possibility of surrogacy? What do you do? It's the safest route. I'm talking about, you want to see your kids grow up from ages 0 through 18, especially if you're a black man, you most likely not gonna see your kids from 0 to 18. I'm talking about not on your terms, not on your terms, not on your terms. Not saying white dudes aren't exempt from this as well, but especially if you're a black man, you really need to consider surrogacy. And you said it best in the comment. The best prenup is to not get married. How about that? And I'm not trying to make fun of what's his name? Shisha Zed, the YouTuber Shisha Zed. I don't know how to. Let me make sure I get his name right. Chisha Zed. I can't say his name to save my life. Chisha Zed. Right? He be the main one talking about, man, I have this program for young men, how to get a very solid binding prenup. Please sign up for to find out how to get a real legally binding prenuptial agreement. Bruh, how about you not get married? Why don't you just do that? But like, it is what it is. Well, that's because what's the yeah, I don't, let me see this right here. So right here in his bio, he goes, Shisha Zed also helps future husbands get prenups. Need a prenup but don't know where to start? My guide was created to help you before you hire a lawyer. This ninja is hustling. This ninja hustling prenups. Oh man, it's crazy, man. Oh man. RP grifters are the worst, bro. This dude is hustling prenups instead of, hey, I know somebody that if you are a current father and you're having problems seeing your kids, I know certain father, based attorneys, people that focus primarily on father. Nope, none of that. This ninja talking about hustling prenups. Sign up for my course and I can help you make a very 100% secure prenup. That nigga hustling, bro. Oh man, this dude worst, man. This dude's, man, damn. This ninja hustling prenups. This ninja hustling prenups. Yeah, this is the stuff that, Hammerhead and company be talking about. They gotta these people gotta stop, man. And by the way, just any of you guys in the chat, if you guys don't know this, but child support is not, like, prenups can't help. You can't put child support agreements on prenups. So really a prenup can only really do something if it's like you and the woman and you don't have kids. And most women are not stupid. They're going to have the kid before they call it quits on you. They're not stupid. I'm telling you, they know, they understand how this works. They just gonna play dumb. They gonna play their role, try to steal a kid from you. Once they have the kid with you, then they're gonna start changing up on you. Because now they have the leverage. A prenup can only really do something if it's like she has assets, you have assets that you don't want to share, really. She has some valuable assets you don't want to share, and during the duration of your marriage, you guys don't have kids. And it's not like a long-term marriage. That's the only time a prenup can actually do something. And even with that, with that situation, you don't need a prenup because just you guys have your own assets. So what's even the point? Him and his coffee. Oh yeah, he's cooked. He's cooked. He's cooked because he recently got married. Like, he's a dumbass. Like, I'm like, how you gonna get married now? Now your YouTube channel is popping and now you want to get married. Ninja, the money that you're making off this YouTube stuff, and you getting some broad, but you don't understand, Chris. She's so cooperative. Okay, when did you meet? I know it was during the YouTube stuff, but she's important to me. And all right, Nick. All right. Meanwhile, these be the YouTubers talking about Travis Hunter, and they're in the same situation. They're in the same situation, prenup or no prenup. Same situation as Travis Hunter. Educated Pookie says he goes around to different channels I watch. He's a stalker. Facts. He does. I be noticing he be like on different channels commenting like he don't got no life. So like I said, prenups don't cover child support. You have a kid with a broad, you can't put kids on prenups. So like I remember when I found that out, I was like, so what's the point, really? This ninja, like I said, he got married like at the peak of his YouTube growth. I'm like, this ninja is crazy. I'm like, who does these people think they fooling somebody, man? Maybe I'm too pessimistic, but like the more popular I've gotten, I'm talking about outside of the YouTube stuff. Like there's stuff going on in my personal life when people are giving me my propers and stuff. The more clout I gain, the less and less I'm trying to be like ODB around women because it's really the only women I keep in mind are the ones that gave me the time and day when I had no social proof. Those are the only ones that I will actually think about them like, you know what? I know I'm not going to marry them, but if they call to spin the block, I'll do it. I'll do it. If they just want to spin the block, they just want to have some fun with me, I'll do it. But what's the point of being around somebody that really wouldn't fuck with you if you didn't have no clout or no social proof? Like the story I talked about with the dude in high school with his girl not knowing that Broski had the utmost respect for me, right? Was damn near a fan, basically. Now, after that interaction, every time she tried to, buddy it up with me, oh, we should be partners with this. We should say, well, and all. It's disingenuous. You thought I wasn't shit. Why do I want to be with you now? Why do I want to be with you now? But that's just how I was raised in terms of like, why would I want to be around somebody that really wasn't gonna fuck with you anyways? That just makes no sense to me. But it's a lot of these YouTube goofies out here. They finally getting a little bit of recognition or fame or whatever it is. And these goofies get married at the at the first the first sign of prosperity. They getting married after making all these videos, and now all of a sudden, after because he wasn't talking about no selling no prenups before getting married. Now all of a sudden, after he gets married, I have these legally binding 100% secure prenups that you can get if you buy my course. Come on, man. Come on, Shisha Zed. Come on, man. You're breaking my heart, Shisha Zed. You're breaking my heart. I will say this. I'll say this. My favorite mainstream, one of my favorite mainstream I guess RP creators is probably either Steph is Cold or Aaron Clary. I like Better Bachelor though. I do like Better Bachelor. Like the two people with like the most sense in terms of when it comes to recommending channels to people, I always say Aaron Clary or Better Bachelor, right? Yep. We see it all the time. G-Man said it perfectly. He says they always do this. Hey guys, go MGTOW and take the red pill. Thanks for 200,000 subscribers, by the way. Here's my girlfriend. These people are the worst, dog. Like I'll tell people this, bro. I still date from time to time, but I wouldn't recommend it. And most times especially like nowadays, I avoid, like I'm not on, like when I'm dating, it's not because of no dating apps. Trust me. I'm on, the last time I've been on a dating app was 2018. Last time I've been on a dating app was 2018 because it was like random hoes matching with me, talking crazy via the messages. And I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, no. I was like, I did not think I was going to be coming on here and getting disrespected like this. In terms of the messages I was getting, I was like, they talking wild on here. No. Knowing good and goddamn well, they would not say this stuff in real life to me. Never in a million years. They wouldn't even think to do that. Ever. Ever. Let me see. Here's my girlfriend, the hypocrisy. Oh, yeah, he did do that. But in terms of when it comes to the average normie that comes to me, the first person I recommend is Aaron Clary. And if not Aaron Clary, then Better Bachelor, only because their views aren't insane. But yes, Better Bachelor did, Joker did pull that. He did pull. He did pull that. But me, I was thinking about, fuck, why am I blanking on his name? Waffles. Why am I blanking on his name right now? I'm blanking on his name because I was thinking of, I am thinking about Better, but he did pull it. He did pull it. But I would say the worst of them though was probably like Donovan Sharp. Like Donovan Sharp was literally telling people don't be dating single moms. Like I would say Donovan Sharp is probably the worst. And let me see. Let me make sure I'm getting his name right. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. Yeah, wheat waffles. That guy. Cause I'm about to say, yeah, that was the dude that like people was would call on his show just for him to talk crazy about him in their face. Brittany Venti is my girlfriend. The fuck out of here, man. After all that issue was talking. Even though that wasn't really surprising for me. And I wasn't really a fan of his, really. But it's a lot of people. So that's because like, yeah, those are the people I'm thinking of, because they were like very like outspoken on their philosophy. Like Donovan Sharp, Cuck Waffles. Wheat waffles. And like I said, I'm not giving Better Bachelor an excuse, because I keep telling you who my influences are. It's Corey Holcomb, who's a comedian, mind you, Patrice O'Neal, right? These are like a lot of this stuff came from comedians. And Zoe Williams, right? And Zoe Williams he's not even a manosphere dude. A lot of this stuff that I'm sharing with you is from them. A lot of this stuff is not, really like manosphere stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that people say in their spaces, they're copying from them. Trust me on that. Right? Bill Burr, Chris Rock. These people were these are the real kings of whatever you want to call this stuff. Right? Yeah. G-Man says, I swear by Patrice O'Neal, he was my RP awakening in high school. Everything he said about girls I started seeing all around me like magic. Here's the thing about Patrice. I didn't give Patrice his credit up until college. Because I just looked at Patrice as a funny comedian that would say certain things about women that would be just funny. But I didn't realize how powerful like his words were until college. It's like I'll give you an example. You don't really laugh as hard at Bernie Mac's jokes until you start getting a job. It's not until you start when you're a part of the workforce, and especially if you're working around hood ninjas all the time, that's when you start really appreciating Bernie Mac's jokes. That's how I look at Patrice O'Neal's comedy. Like, I didn't really give him his proper credit until I went to college. And then on top of that, same with Corey Holcomb, really. Because Corey Holcomb, I just regarded him as like, the edgy. I just regarded like guys like Patrice O'Neal, Corey Holcomb. These are edgy comics. That's how I put them in that box. It's not up until I go to college and I'm seeing the debauchery, experiencing the debauchery firsthand, where I'm like, I get it. I get it now. I understand. And also because of college, that's why I don't really, people talk about cheating and stuff. Look, I'm not going to say cheating is irrelevant, but I'll just say this. It just depends on who you are as a man. Some men, they can cheat. And seeing what girls would let go for the dudes that they found attractive, I think it's unfair for, like, me personally, I think it's actually unfair for women to start bringing up cheating as a reason for leaving, because I know the stuff that girls will let an attractive dude get away with. I've seen it. I've seen too much. I've seen too much. I always tell you that story of the dude on the soccer team I knew. His girl was so into him, she offered a threesome to her attractive boyfriend, right? And she picked for him, literally, she picked up a girl on the female team that was prettier than her, bro, to do the threesome with him. Now, how many dudes you even know can even reach that kind of level? Now, mind you, that same girl, I'm pretty sure she found a simp, because she has the personality where she can find somebody. She has a good enough personality, and I bet you that that simp right now that she's married to, that's obviously not him. That's not Broski. The simp that she's married to right now, she's not doing none of that kind of stuff. I bet you. Some dudes just have it like that. It just depends on who you are as a dude. And that's the cold, hard truth when it comes to, cheating and all this kind of stuff. And it is a fetish. But like I said, that same girl, She not doing that for just any dude. She's only doing that for him. That's it. That's it. But she Shazad, man. These people, man. Boy. Shame. Damn shame. Oh Lord. These people here, boy. This is some funny stuff. This is some funny stuff. But like I said, in regards to Travis Hunter again, obviously to sum it all up, I think Travis Hunter is gay. And if not gay, then he's a Will Smith type, cuck dude. And if we're taking everything at face value, that dude is really caught up in the sauce. Like in a really bad, like witchcraft type way. So that's just all that's all I have to say. And like I said, people want to focus on the prenup. That don't even matter. He's not supposed to be marrying a woman like this in the first place. I'm talking about if we taking this case at face value, he's not supposed to be taking on a chick like this. Like that's wild work. Wild work. He's being swallowed. By who? Uh-oh. 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 Oh man, do I have that soundbite?
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming?
Ooh, but like I said, I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, first of all, before I leave, let me make sure I'm not missing anything in terms of news, updates. By the way, everybody, hold on. Let me show y'all something. This is go piss off some people right here. This is gonna piss off some people. Let me bring this up because I'm a troll. Have you seen that? I think he's 15 years old. I'm not mistaken. This Transformer dude that's been breaking records. I don't know where he's from. Yeah, the high school Transformer track athlete say he's going to win at the California State Championships to make a point to the haters. This is actually very important because this is happening in the state of California, the supposed very liberal state. Oh man, this is interesting stuff. Let's play this real quick.
Is that even registering as you're competing?
Honestly, no. I'm still a child. You're an adult, and for you to act like a child shows how you are as a person.
I'm rooting for you, broski. I'm rooting for you, my nigga. I am rooting for you. I want him to break all types of records. I want him to be breaking the high jump, the low jump, pole vaulting, 100 meters, 200 meters. Javelin throwing. I want him to win all the records. I don't care no more, bro. I don't care. I want him to win. I want him to break all records. I want him to go all the way in. And mind you, he's doing track. He's not doing a combat sport. He's not doing, soccer, basketball. So he can't really hurt anybody. G-Man says she's my hero. No, this is a he. I want him to win. I want him. I want him to go far. Hey, man. I don't care who get mad. I want him to. I really want him to dominate. I really want him to dominate. I really don't care no more. I really hope like he gets like mad support. I hope he gets mad support from like the trolls. I want like the trolls to come, but the trolls are not gonna do that. The trolls are gonna. This is what bothers me about conservatives. They are really trying their best to save female sports, even though they don't really care about female sports. They're just using this as a dating strategy. It's not my responsibility to save female sports. Women voted for this. They should be able to handle this. And mind you, look, as a man that did sports myself, if I had a woman that was transitioning into a man, I wouldn't have her kicked off the team. So it really shows you who's really the transphobes. Because if there was a girl transitioning to become a boy, we'd actually respect it because we know he's not going to be able to catch up. But we'd be like, damn, that's not easy to do. If it was a girl dominating men's sports, they'd be hyping her up. But now it's a man dominating female sports. Now it's oppression and men got to stay out of our sports. Nope. Nope. It's too late for that.
Person. There's nothing I can do about people's actions. Just focus on my own.
On Saturday, other competitors beat Hernandez in 2 of her 3 events. She won first place in triple jump.
He, not she. He won first place. He was dominant against the ladies. I applaud him for his dominance.
She is not currently ranked nationally, and she has been.
Yeah, people are not gonna. They're not gonna be able to tell if I'm supporting him or not. Like say if I came in over there to troll and I made a sign for Mr. Hernandez, right? They'd be like, who are you cheering for? I'm cheering for Mr. Hernandez. They'll think I'll be like, they probably think I'd be some kind of sick fuck for doing something like that. I want to do that I want to be brave enough to do that so bad.
Been outperformed by over 2 meters in her jumps by girls competing in states that have banned gender-affirming care.
All I thought was, I don't think you understand that this puts your idiotic claims to trash. Now you have no proof that I can't be beat.
Damn, so he's still not beating some broads. Oh, that's a shame, man. You gotta be okay. I sound like one of them slave master ass ninjas. You a big strong buck. What I need you to do is for me's his. I need you to jump and do that high jump right there. Yeah, I sound like I damn near sound like one of them slave masters from back in the day. Oh man. Something is wrong with me. Something is wrong with me.
Hernandez of Rupa Valley High School. Amazing 3 wins today. What was the SMR?
That is a strong man right there. That is that is a this is a nigga. Oh man, that's crazy work.
SMR, long, triple, and then I have high later.
And you still got the high jump. Amazing performances so far. How are you feeling just about how the day went today at the Ontario Relays?
Very excited. I don't know. I did not, after long, I was like, oh, maybe I'm not going to do as good as triple, but I'm glad that I performed pretty well, and I'm just excited.
And I'll say this. I know I'm trolling here. But watch this. I remember there was one Asian woman in the comments in one of these old Transformer videos I did, where it was only one woman out of all the men and out of the women in the comments. It was one Asian woman that said, well, we voted for this. This is our fault. So we can't even complain about this. And you know what I did? I gave her a standing ovation. I was like, thank you for at least saying that. I know people might say words don't matter, but thank you for at least acknowledging that. Because at least we can maybe start the conversation when you can acknowledge, okay, we brought this upon ourselves. Is there any way we could? No, they don't. They're not going to acknowledge that they voted for this. This is what they're going to do. Oh, men are dominating. Men are taking over female sports. Is there anything that men won't stay out of? Like, bruh, I did not start this war. It was started by an ape named Koba. Nigga, I ain't start this war, nigga. So please, I don't want to see no conservatives in my comments crying. You don't care about female sports. You damn right I don't. What the fuck? G-Man says, I'm respecting the pronouns. This is what women wanted. She will look great with the gold trophy while beating the other girls by leagues. You know what? Maybe I should follow suit. Maybe I should follow suit and just start really respecting their pronouns. Because they will be mad at a man. These same broads that are complaining, they will be mad at a man for saying, look, I don't want to date a transformer because that's not a real woman. They will get offended by this, but still be mad at this. Now, all of a sudden, we got to save female sports. Like, nah, man. G-Man said, I'm going to get a James Brown wig at Party City tomorrow. I'm trying to get some medals. Facts. He's not even that good. He said that they said that he was he was still losing. He was still losing abroads. Man, if my competition was women in sports, do you know how many goals I would have scored? Do you know how much, dude, I used to, homie, and still, dude, I can get by anybody, bro. Most people cannot match me speed wise, just in general. So imagine if I got to play broads and all I had to do was like put a wig on just to count as a broad. I would be the greatest female high school female soccer player of all time. Yeah, you know what? We should start respecting her pronouns. You're right, G-Man. Well, I really, we should really be like, don't you respect this fine specimen of a woman? I'm gonna be showing her off like Booby from Friday Night Lights. This right here is Mrs. Hernandez. And she could jump with the rest of them. She could run. She could she could throw a javelin. I'm gonna put a football in her hands, and she can pass. I wish I had the bravery to do something like this. Mrs. Hernandez he would either hate me or appreciate me. Either way, I win. Either way, the disgust of the normies would be my ultimate satisfaction in life. just the disgust of the normies would just be like it would be a dream come true. I live to discuss the normies, bro. If any way that I can, like that would, like the best dream I've ever, like one of the best dreams I've had recently. This is how much I be hating sometimes. Like the best dream I had, like this recently I had a dream where basically I was just by myself and I had like a balloon. I had a balloon which was supposed to attract a certain type of woman. And all the women, they were just all sucking their teeth at me because they knew I was up to no good, but they couldn't stop me because I just couldn't be stopped. I had this certain balloon that was attracting a certain type of broad that I could use. And I literally woke up with a smile on my face. That's how messed up in the head I am. I know that's a weird dream to have, but it was like it was like this balloon I had, and it was this balloon that I had. It would attract a certain type of a chick that I could use, and I was basically unstoppable. And all the other chicks were just like, "Oh my god, this nigga." That's how much, the normies discuss. It literally gives me energy. But anyway, that's enough. That's enough for today. I went way over time. But shout out to you guys. Thank you for listening throughout the whole thing, throughout my ramblings. G-Man, thank you for being super active. You actually, I'm not gonna lie, you made the show. you like when you guys give me the comments and I can just go off on a rant and freestyle from there, it actually makes the show like way better instead of just going through these topics one by one, because it could get very redundant. See, G-Man goes, "Sorry ladies, this is what peak female performance looks like." But you gotta do it in a southern accent. You gotta do it in a southern accent and just I'm gonna show up like I'm on like one of these southern football scouts when they be talking about black players like they animals. This guy was right here, 6'2". He's got a paws, he got hands like a lion, legs like a horse. they just be going in. They be like, are they describing a human or are they describing a goddamn werewolf? Oh man, I gotta stop. But I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get the bravery to do that. I'm gonna get the bravery to do that. Man, thank you, man. Thank you, G-Man. G-Man said it's rare for me to catch you streaming. I had to pull up. Love your content, man. Thank you, man. I always appreciate that. You, you, G-Man, Ronald Wichita, Pyro, like, man, because trust me, man, like, especially, this stuff low key. This is my therapy. Like Corey Holcomb said for his 5150 show, when he does it, it's his therapy. this is also my therapy as well. You know, this stuff helps. You know, we could all pass knowledge to each other. We could all bring personal experiences to the table and talk it out, make light of it, and really help people along. I still, you know, love how Rocky, I don't know if you remember him in the chat, but Rocky, I remember he talked, and mind you, he's a grown, like he's older than most of us. But I remember he said, like, man, thanks to this channel, I was able to fix things with my dad because I didn't get his side of the story. And there's a lot of dudes going through that right now, you know. It's a lot of dudes going through that, you know. All we do on this channel, just explore the possibilities. And at the end of the day, you can't really take a woman's word when it comes to, especially when you talk about, you know, deadbeat dads, or he wasn't there in my life. And all I said was, look, we've never got the deadbeat dad side of the so-called deadbeat dad side of the story. And just saying that could literally help somebody. It could save their whole life from hating somebody that they don't even know, you know. And that's, you know, that is the point of my channel, man. And but man, thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for catching the live stream. I went overtime, but I loved it. I loved it. I really feel like I was in my bag, especially in the last part. I gotta find a transformer athlete to support in my state. I gotta do this, and I need to videotape myself. And if I do videotape myself, I will put it on Twitch. I will start my channel, and that will be my first video. I might do it. I might cook up the bravery to do it, but I'm gonna need some help. I'm definitely gonna need some help. I might need some security too. But anyways, catch you guys at another time. Thank you for tuning in. We're gonna end the video with Bishop TD Fakes. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for watching.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? That is my point of view.